Hello, beautiful strangers. It has been a while. Do you even remember my face? But I'm here. I got officially taken down with the sickness. The sickness being walking pneumonia. So originally I was like, I'll be sick for like 2 days or 3 days. And then that turned into 2 weeks solid of having literally no energy whatsoever. So I apologize for my absence, but I hope that you've all been surviving well, whatever that means. And I only slightly have my shit together, so I'm going to just continue prepping the decks here quickly before we get into things. But yeah, I've missed you so much, so thank you for being here. Let me know if you can see and hear me and if all is well on that front. And I'm just gonna look into whatever needs to be known at this time because the energies are crazy. I don't know if you guys have been feeling them, but that Gemini full moon that we had a couple days ago packed one hell of a punch. And yeah, and then all of the retrogrades have also been retrograding and doing their thing. So it's been a lot, and I just feel called to not really do a specific spread, but just kind of pull like 3x3, 9 cards, which I've done a couple times before, and just see what wants to come out for everyone, what we need to know the most. So we'll just kick it old school and extra intuitive tonight, and hopefully you guys get the messages that you need most. Okay, so as per always, we're going to be starting with Aries. We're going to go down to, or all the way through to Pisces. And is there anything else I need to say? You can watch for any placement in your chart, any energy that you are resonating with. Yeah, I don't read for a particular placement, so feel free to just follow your own intuitive guidance, always with my readings. And if the roles end up being reversed, if there is more than one person kind of featured in your reading, then keep in mind that the roles could always be reversed. So if it sounds like I'm talking about someone that you're dealing with and not you, then feel free to just take it that way, okay? All right, so during the live stream, you will know what sign we are on by the little GIF that's going to be up in this right-hand corner on your screen, which will tell you what sign we're on. And if you come in after, then there will be timestamps for you in the pinned comment and the info box as well. All right. So yeah, I hope you guys have all been doing really well. And let me just take a second. I still am like, I need to speak slower than I normally do to catch my breath because I had walking pneumonia, or am phasing out of having walking pneumonia. So it's been lung and sinus things that are the struggle mostly for me. So we'll just like take it easy here. Let me just write the names of the zodiac signs down so that I can timestamp. But yeah, this retrograde season, which we just came out of a Mercury retrograde. Jupiter is retrograde in Gemini right now with that Gemini full moon that we just had. Vanessa, hi babes. And then Mars is also in a retrograde in Leo, which is intense as well. So we've got a lot going on that is causing us to just take pause and reassess things and, things coming to light, especially informative things, information, communication with that Gemini energy. What's up, Kiss? And so it's been a lot, and it also feels like a super karmic time and a really karmic full moon. So the themes have been a little bit heavy as well. I am feeling better, so much better. I had like no energy to just exist in general up until like a couple days ago, and then I was like, I'm gonna play it safe just in case I go into another dip again. But yeah, no, I think I'm finally on like a steady upswing now, so thank God. And yeah, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about like I don't know, maybe how you guys are feeling the moon and how, just touch on karma again, because I feel like some interesting messages might come up in this reading. And so this is kind of just like a prep, I guess. But some of you might be feeling like you've been experiencing difficult endings, you know, like with full moon energy, it can be about things closing out. So depending on where that moon hits you, you could be facing an ending, a closure, or some sort of information coming in that maybe shocks you. Neptune was retrograde and just went. I think Neptune is not retrograde anymore. There's something going on with Neptune as well that's clearing things up for us. So we're able to kind of take off any blinders that we had and see things more clearly. And they might be things that we sometimes initially are like, am I being punished for something? Or like, am I getting bad karma? Or what's happening? And I don't know, I've been thinking about this a lot over the last like week or so. And I think that sometimes things happen, right? And we forget that karma is neutral and it's just happening always for our benefit to kind of like level things out. It's really just like the great equalizer of the universal laws, essentially. And sometimes something might end that we think shouldn't end, or we're hurt by it ending or closing out, or we feel something gets ripped away from us and we don't understand why. And that can sometimes be because we are facing karma for something, and it's not like this dirty word that's this bad thing. Like, for instance, sometimes we can receive karma for treating ourselves like shit. It doesn't even have to do with treating anyone else like shit, right? So, for instance, if you're in like a job where you're being taken advantage of or abused, or you're in a relationship where someone is not on your level or not able to give or receive the kind of love that you are giving, or want to receive, you might be taken out of a situation like that. And that might be the universe being like, I'm giving you karma to equalize this situation out because you are not treating yourself well. And so now you have to lose this so that you can start treating yourself better. Or maybe you start going through an evolutionary process where you begin to love yourself and you're no longer in alignment with something that is not on the same frequency, and so that thing is removed from your life, for instance. So there's lots of reasons why these things might happen. What's up, Tequila? So try not to be hard on yourselves, I want to say. If you feel like something did close out that was jarring or doesn't quite make sense, I feel like there's still going to be a lot of information that it's like we got information that was a lot more than we had before, but there's still other things that are continuing to unfold and they're going to continue coming through to us. So I think right now is really about trusting that you are on the right path, that anything that is being shifted right now is for your highest and best good, even if you don't understand immediately how that might be. And that the universe will continue to reveal more to you as you need to know it. So it's, again, the other thing with karma is kind of the energy of like the Wheel of Fortune, right? And it's the wheel's gonna turn. So you kind of at some point have to trust that, you know, the universe is gonna do its thing, and that every step that you've taken up until this point is leading you, like you are on your path. And it's leading you where you do need to be, and that will be revealed. Sometimes blessings come in very disguised. Well, to humans, they seem very disguised, and we just don't understand. But there's always a reason for everything. So, yeah, I know it might be one of those times that is kind of, especially with that Gemini energy, I think it can be really easy to be pulled back and forth between the dualities that exist in this world and within ourselves. And it can be hard to hold both poles, so to speak, like being hurt by someone and at the same time loving them, or loving yourself deep down, but also not treating yourself well or loving yourself. That can be something too. So with Gemini energy, there's always this prismatic way of thinking that's optimal, where you're not thinking in black and white, but you recognize that there is the polarities, the dualities, and then there's everything in between those poles that can be taken into consideration, that you can kind of, I don't know, let it like marinate in that information, let it be shown and revealed to you. And things will eventually make sense, but it can feel a little bit chaotic in the meantime. So I just wanted to kind of remind you guys, you're safe, you're well, the universe knows what it's doing, knows what's up. You have not taken any horrible missteps, you're not being punished. You're right where you need to be. And yeah, I don't know, I needed to be reminded of that recently. So I feel like if any of you do as well, I'm here to be your reminder. But I hope that you're all doing well. I think that I'm prepared now. So we're going to get into it. Actually, I'm just going to blow my nose really quickly, because I feel like if I don't, then I'm going to be sniffly and it's going to annoy the ever-loving hell out of all of you beautiful people. So let me just do that really quickly and I will be right back, and then we'll get into it with Aries, okay? Bring a Kleenex with me just in case. I'm still a little bit in recovery mode here, so bear with me, and hopefully I have enough energy to get through this all signs. We're gonna do our best. But yes, so like I said before, if you missed it, reverse the energies. If you feel intuitively that they are reversed, then take it how it's resonating and hitting for you. And you can also use your intuition to know which placements or which signs you feel called to tune into, either for yourself or for someone else. And we're just gonna see what wants to come through from Spirit. So, ooh, that was a fail of a shuffle. Why? So, what messages does it benefit Aries to hear at this time for their highest and best good? Let's see what's going on. I hope that you're all feeling optimistic moving into the end of the human calendar year, which I never really take seriously as the real end of the year, because for me it's the end of Pisces season. But there's still kind of this sense of closure for the people around us a lot of the time. So, and it can be an interesting, sometimes difficult season for people for various reasons. Family stuff, being alone for some people, the winter months for some people if you live in a freezing, frigid place like me. So sending you lots of love wherever you're at. What's up, I am? How are you guys doing? All right, that feels good. Let's see. So what does Aries need to know at this time? 9 cards. Okay. 2 of Cups, Queen of Cups in reverse. Well, Aries, the Magician. My word. What's up, Elle? It's warm weather for you. I'll soak it up for me, baby, because it's minus 20 degrees Celsius here. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but it's cold as fuck is what it is. Cold as fuck is what it is. Every winter, I'm like, why do I live somewhere that burns my face off when I go outside? That literally hurts to breathe the air. Remind me again. Let's see. No. Need 3 more. The cicadas are loud. I like the sound of them though. Okay. Okay. 2 more. What's up, Fate? I'm doing well. I mean, I'm doing how everyone is doing. I'm feeling the collective I'm feeling the collective energies, as I always do, quite heavily. But and I'm still recovering from the sickness, but I'm on the upswing, so I'm doing good. Thank you. Okay. So what the hell is this? So your ruler, as I already mentioned, let me timestamp this, 16. Okay, hi Aries. So I'm gonna keep pulling some cards. I want to grab a couple oracle cards, but I have your tarot cards down. And your ruler Mars right now is in retrograde. So you could definitely be feeling that. You might want to check out like where that is happening in your personal chart, because you will definitely be affected anytime your ruler, especially Aries risings. But if you have strong Mars placements or Aries in your chart, then I would look into where that's hitting you. Okay, you want to clarify anything in here? I'm just going to kind of let these fall onto the spread to clarify and just see what happens. Okay, risk. All right. Let's get 1 or 2 more oracle cards here. There's a lot of water energy, which is interesting as well here. Okay. All right, let's see what's going down with this. Might clarify more with the oracle cards as we go, but we'll see. So, let me just take this in. So in terms of astrological placements and signs, and these don't have to resonate, but they could resonate for either you or someone you're dealing with, we have the energy of the sun or Leo. We have Saturn in Aries, Venus in Scorpio, Saturn in Scorpio, Moon in Taurus, Venus in Aquarius, Venus in Cancer, and also Mercury energy. Okay. Okay. So you guys see me? The internet literally just completely stopped for no reason. I went and looked at the router and it was still on and connected, like nothing disconnected, but my laptop just disconnected from it somehow. Is it working again? I don't know what just happened. I went and looked at the internet router and it was like, I'm still good. But for some reason, my laptop completely disconnected from the internet. That is really random. Okay, well, let me know if you can see me now, because I do not know if it brought me back. What the actual hell? Did it work? Am I back, Fate? Can you see and hear me again? It's never done that before. I'm back. Okay. That was so weird. It was like on the router, it was like, yeah, no, you're all good still. But then my computer was not registering the Wi-Fi at all. Okay. Sorry about that. Apparently there's a message with this Aries reading that is, wow. I feel like that is part of the message for sure, because that's never happened before, ever. And I've been streaming on YouTube for like 7 years. So that's a message. You might be going through some sort of system reboot, or you might have had some sort of like disruption that was jarring or unexpected, or I don't really know. Let's get into the message and just see what's going on though, because that was incredibly weird. So yeah. Okay. I hadn't really gotten into it yet, so that was good timing, I guess, if it was going to happen. But at the very core of your reading is the Five of Swords, which is Venus in Aquarius, and it has this chess game on it where all of the other little pawns and kings and queens and whatever are knocked over, and there's this one black piece that's still up. The Five of Swords talks about oh, is that why someone's trying to FaceTime me? Maybe that screwed something up? I don't know what's going on. What's happening? Things are happening. Anyways, it's saying I have missed FaceTime calls now. I don't know what's going on. But what is happening? That was weird as fuck. At the center of your reading is the Five of Swords. And the Five of Swords talks about... So it talks about being in a very unclear mental space, a very unclear headspace. And from this space, you feel insecure and confused, and you feel like you have to manipulate, you have to lie, you have to play games, you have to make assumptions. Essentially, you have to be a little bit sketchy to win, or you're seeing everything like as a game, or it's one of those situations where, like, let's say you have a conversation with someone, nobody leaves the conversation feeling like, well, that was productive and fair and just, and I really got something from that. It's one of those situations where you would leave feeling like that did not serve me, or I feel like crap about the way that I handled myself in that situation, maybe, or, you know, just something like along the lines of that. So maybe we'll start there with the clarifying, because on either side, so you have the Sun in reverse on one side of that Five of Swords, and on the other side, you have the Six of Pentacles in reverse. So this whole central lineup here, whether this is you or some situation that you're dealing with, it could be better. It's lacking a lot of clarity. This could also be like being in kind of a dark headspace as well, and feeling like you are resorting to things that are not really aligned with your character, your morals, or values. And keep in mind, this could be somebody else that you're engaging with that is acting like this as well. The Saturn in Aries card that came out is the Risk card. So... And then on the other side, there's this lyrics deck card that came out. And it came out in reverse, but the lyrics are, if it can be broken, then it can be fixed. If it can be fused, then it can be split. It's all under control. But it came out in reverse. So I'm feeling like here, there's some sort of situation that you might be at risk of really losing something, but like, and there's this overall idea, like, if it can be broken, then it can be fixed. It's all under control, but it's like, but it's not. It's at risk of not being under control. And something could be broken that can't be fixed, because I feel like of this Five of Swords energy that's at the core of the reading that's kind of permeating out. Because that's an energy of not being honest. There's a quote that I'm channeling now. I can't remember it though. Let me look it up on my phone. This is a heavy energy. Maybe this is why I felt like I needed to talk about that karma stuff at the beginning, because this is kind of heavy karmic energy that's showing up here. And this is a heavy quote that's coming through. So I'm not going to try to pronounce his name, but it's by this author, Dostoevsky. I can't remember what his name is. I used to know how to pronounce this, but it says, a man who lies to himself and believes his own lies becomes unable to recognize truth, either in himself or in anyone else. And he ends up losing respect for himself and for others. When he has no respect for anyone, he can no longer love. And in order to divert himself, having no love in him, he yields to his impulses, indulges in the lowest forms of pleasure, and behaves in the end like an animal. And it all comes from lying to others and to yourself. So I don't know if it's exactly that harsh, but that is the energy of the Five of Swords. It's like everything just becomes a chess move and you're not acting in accordance to your true authentic self. So you end up losing yourself when you are in this energy for a long enough period. It's kind of like those people, or even any of us have probably been in this situation where you tell maybe like a small white lie, and then you have to keep telling lies to like uphold the one lie. And eventually you're just in this cycle with yourself where you know that it's not sustainable. You don't even remember what the real truth necessarily is because you've invested so much into these illusions, either within just yourself or to other people, right? But the thing is that when we lie to ourselves that much, by extension, we aren't being real with anyone around us either. So I don't know to the extent that that is happening for this situation, whether that is someone that you're dealing with, or whether that is a situation that you feel, or an energy that you feel you're being pulled into. The Ten of Swords. And the Hierophant in reverse. See, the Hierophant is about knowing your morals, your values, your beliefs, and the ground that you stand on, the life. It's like the foundation of your life. And it could be anything. Some people base that around religion. Some people base that just around their personal core beliefs that they have for personal reasons. But there's something here where I think that some sort of betrayal, deception, and again, whether that is with yourself or with a situation you're dealing with, has occurred. And it's sprung from this energy of playing games, of being in your head, and maybe there was an energy that thought that this would bring them ahead in a situation, that it would get them where they wanted to be. But it feels like now they're at risk of losing it all, essentially, like losing an opportunity. So maybe not losing it all, but losing what they wanted to get ahead with. Okay. Because there's an unequal balance that I'm seeing here, and it's stemming from confusion in this game playing. With the Six of Pentacles in reverse here. In the upright, this is two hands reaching out to each other, and there's this beautiful energy exchange that's more or less balanced between them. Like you scratch my back, I scratch yours, I gain your trust, you gain mine. We move forwards at a steady pace and we build something solid and sustainable and secure that feels safe between the two of us. Or if it's just you with even like with a work situation, it doesn't have to be you in a relationship necessarily. But because someone hasn't been seeing clearly, and that is at the very center of the reading, it's blotted out the sun, and it's like this is just an energy of almost being manipulated by your own fears, your own insecurities, and this need to feel like I have to maintain control or power in a situation by playing things a certain way. But it's like this is catching up to the situation, and it's at risk of this person, whoever it is, they don't see the truth. They don't see the light here within themselves, or I feel like the overall circumstances. I feel like this is someone, it's either you and this is a situation with someone that you love, or this is a situation where this is someone you're dealing with, but you love them. Because the first line of cards, you have the Two of Cups, the Queen of Cups in reverse, and the Magician. It feels like someone manifested in a partner or a counterpart, whether this is a friend or a romantic partner or even like a community of people. But the Two of Cups is someone that you can trust innately, because like you're sort of cut from the same cloth. You see yourself in the other person, they see you. There's this innate understanding, and you don't even have to try. It's like when communication might come very easily, naturally, when it's allowed to really flow. But with the Magician energy, this is something that someone directly asked the universe for, and it came to them. But the only problem is that in between those two cards is the Queen of Cups in reverse. So either the connection and the love wasn't trusted, or this person didn't trust their own heart and their own feelings. And instead, it's like they denied following the truth of their heart and their more feminine or intuitive nature. And they got into this place where they believed that the way that they were going to get what they wanted was by lying to themselves and others, playing games. And all that it really created in the situation is a lot of confusion, and kind of deflated something that at its core and at its origin point, like the first card that came out is the Two of Cups. So this is not marred by any bullshit. This is just like a pure connection with someone that loves you and you love them and you understand and see each other. But there's been a lot of unnecessary complication, pain, game playing, and just kind of like mental fuckery. I feel like that's been really built up here. Why is the Queen of Cups in reverse? Like, what caused that disconnect there? Because the Queen of Wands in the upright and the Four of Swords in reverse. It's either someone was intimidated by someone else's confidence, or charisma, because they weren't that sure or certain of themselves. And so this made them feel uneasy, and it may have made them not trust this other person either. But they didn't trust their heart. And maybe they felt like they had to kind of put themselves in this. I feel like their initial response to this Two of Cups energy was the Queen of Cups, was love, which is the natural response, I feel like, when you tap into the Two of Cups, or when someone like that comes into your life. It's almost those people that you just love without even trying. You just sort of naturally just fall in love with them. Again, whether they are a romantic partner or a friend or just someone you meet, you just vibe, right? But I think that one person had a lack of confidence, and when they saw confidence in the other person, they were either intimidated or threatened. They felt like maybe they had to cut it down, or they couldn't trust it, or they were afraid of, for some reason, engaging or giving their heart in an authentic and open and vulnerable way. They felt like they had to play games and include their mind in a really big way where their mind wasn't really needed, because there's nothing to overthink with the Two of Cups, right? Again, it's a natural, like, coming together. And it that situation does not elicit a lack of trust, but something from the past might elicit a lack of trust, or an internal insecurity that someone is already carrying could have triggered a lack of trust, and they could have then projected it onto the other person or just the situation. You know what I mean? Okay, so then the bottom line here, we have the Seven of Cups, the Page of Wands in reverse, and the Eight of Cups in reverse, with this oracle card, which is more lyrics, Frank Ocean lyrics. God bless Frank Ocean. If it brings me to my knees, it's a bad religion. There's something here about someone having so much emotion and feeling so much that they did not trust it. It's almost like when you feel so much that you feel nothing at all. You get to that point where you're like, I feel so much, and because I'm not handling it in a healthy way, or because I'm not able to regulate my insides, essentially, it just becomes this big tsunami that hits me. And when it hits, it kind of feels like nothing at some point. And I feel like anyone with strong water placements in their chart will understand what this means, because it's one of those things where it's like, if you start feeling overwhelmed by the amount of feeling that you have, right? The Seven of Cups, it can be so intense, which is why it's Venus in Scorpio, right? Super intense. And that range of emotion might be a whole bunch of things. It might be like beauty and hope and pure love in some cups, but then fear and being triggered by your own mistrust or your own insecurities in another cup. And if you're not regulating and coping and communicating and dealing with those emotions, then yeah, it gets to just be a big jumbled up mess. And then you don't know what you can trust. And because you don't know what you can trust and you can't see anything clearly, I feel like that's what led to this. So someone felt brought to their knees by the way that they were seen and understood by someone, or just by the love and emotions that something brought out of them. And I feel like it was a catalytic sort of triggering experience for this person. It could have triggered as well like an inner child wound here with this Page of Wands in reverse. And this could be you. This person could be you, Aries. And there's no guilt in it if it is, because this is kind of an Aries energy, is why I say that. Very creative, very hands-on, not afraid to get your hands dirty, not afraid to get your heart involved, to communicate courageously when it's in the upright, what you feel, and go after it, not afraid of a challenge, right? This happens to all of us at certain points where we get overwhelmed by our feelings, or we get in our heads when we don't need to be, or we project inner woundedness and insecurity onto other people and situations. So there's no need to feel guilty or ashamed about this. But I do feel like there's a boiling point that's being reached here. And it's a lesson with Saturn in Aries. But there is something that is at risk of being lost and not being able to be put back together. Something that is broken that won't be able to be fixed, or something that's been split that can't be fused back together. And I feel like that's why this message is coming up now, because there has been some sort of love or trust lost with that Queen of Cups in reverse, but it can still be like the connection itself is still intact because this came out in the upright. And you still have the power and the free will to direct that power in any way to manifest something. But if you do want this, or if this other person does want this, then they can't come at it from the way that they've come at it. They can't be in this Sun in reverse, 5 of Swords energy. That's also an energy where it's like assuming the worst and then sort of spiraling into your own internal paranoias, fears, discouraging narratives until, yeah, eventually you do feel very deflated and kind of just like, what's the point? And oftentimes then we will turn to escapism or like unhealthy coping mechanisms, which just brings more confusion to ourselves and the situation. What's up, Daniel? I'm glad you could make it. How's it going? So the last card being the 8 of Cups in reverse, though, it's more Saturn energy, Saturn and Scorpio. I feel like you're not going to get out of this easily, no matter what path you take, whoever this person is. This is karmic. It is coming up with that Saturnian energy and that strong Scorpionic energy because it's a lesson that needs to be learned for someone here. And I feel like whoever this is, they feel like they can't escape the situation at this point. Even if maybe they remove themselves from it, or if you removed yourselves from them, they are now in a space where they have painted themselves into a corner, and all that they're left with is their own mind and the fullness of these emotions that they've been trying to run from or numb out, right? And what's telling me that they aren't able to just escape or disconnect is this 8 of Cups in reverse. It's like there is no walking away. There's no disconnecting from the emotion and the heaviness of it. And it's because something needs to be faced. Yeah. Something needs to be worked through. Okay, I don't know how long this reading's actually been since the internet turned off at the beginning of your reading, but I'm just going to see if there's anything else that wants to be clarified here, and then I'm going to move on to Taurus. This is an intense way to start. And with the whole internet connection disruption at the beginning of the reading as well, it's like something is coming through. It might feel a little bit harsh and intense and heavy for both people or whoever's involved in this. And that is not a punishment again, but it's happening to get your attention, right? It's like a disruption to get your attention in some sort of way. Yeah, because it's something that you're meant to push through. The 9 of Wands, 5 of Wands in reverse. You can remove the tension, the conflict and the chaos, and you can move through this, but it's going to take some effort, and it's also going to take strength of mind and actually being in dominion of your mind, which is not this false empowerment like playing control games and, you know, being sketchy and behind the scenes. It's going to require some realness, some vulnerability with yourself first and foremost, so that you can see your own truth, and then you can come to the situation with that truth. Yeah. Is there anything else you want to clarify about this before I let Aries go? It's a lot. It's interesting we got the Sun in reverse too, because that Mars retrograde, like I said, is happening in Leo for you, that ruling planet influence. Okay, no, that's like a billion cards. Something needs to happen to take you or this person out of their mind, though, so that they can move forwards. And it's, wow, the 9 of Cups, the 10 of Cups, the Page of Cups. So I feel like something has to be wiped clean here. It's like your mind needs to be wiped clean. Call on the aliens from, what is that movie where they have the little machine that like wipes your memory clean with Will Smith? There needs to be a focus on, and this is Sun in Aries, so this is literally you. This came out and it landed on the Eight of Cups in reverse. So I feel like there might be a focus on what is holding you back here, and that needs to be released, whoever this is. There needs to be just a focus on looking forwards and wiping out, like, so that you're not feeling guilt and shame surrounding maybe the way that you have thought about something or acted. Just recognize that that didn't get you where you wanted to be. Be honest with yourself about what is at risk in the situation. And I feel like what's at risk is a lot, right? Because you've got the Two of Cups, the Page of Cups, the 9, and then the 10. So this is not only you feeling personal fulfillment within yourself, but then also sharing it with someone with an open heart and this pure sort of childlike sense of wonder. And this is something that you manifested, or that this person directly manifested. This is the wish fulfillment that they asked for. So I feel like this is kind of the universe saying, this is your last call. We offered you what you've been asking for, and it triggered you a little bit, maybe. Maybe you were a little unsure if it was what it is, if you could trust it, if you could trust yourself. This is, you're standing at the crossroads, and there's kind of like a ticking clock here. It's like, now's the time to shift. Now's the time to be real with yourself. Now's the time to bring the truth and your heart to the table. And now is the time to be with character, to be honorable, to be strong, to be the leader in your own life. Because whoever this is, they are the only one who can determine the direction that their life takes from here. And they can either make it hard, or they can kind of save themselves, so to speak. They can redeem themselves. Because I feel like, I don't know, the Sun in reverse and the Five of Swords and the Seven of Cups with the Eight of Cups in reverse, it's not a good feeling internally. You know, you can fool yourself all you want, but when you're alone at night, laying in bed, falling asleep, the weight of that is on your soul. Like, that's not something you can escape, right? And again, it's a deep lesson that someone is being faced with, and they'll have to learn that lesson one way or another. They get to choose the path that they take, whether it's going to be easier or harder, whether they lose what they want and what they asked for, or whether they don't. But they kind of need to stand up and be the person that is in the right frequency and in alignment with the blessings that they've called in, right? Or else, yeah, they will be taken from them, not as punishment again, but just because they're simply not in alignment, and things that are not in alignment cannot come through. So, yeah, someone is learning something about that. Someone's learning a lesson about that at this time, okay? So, feels like there's kind of an intense realignment that's taking place there for you or for someone that you're dealing with, Aries, okay? I hope that was helpful. Sorry about the chaos of the internet disconnection and just, yeah, the reading in general, but hopefully that was relevant for someone and helpful, whether it just gave you insight into someone you're dealing with or yourself. But I feel like the only way that you can really release the past and wipe that slate clean is through forgiving yourself first. You have to forgive yourself, and you have to, because you're not going to believe that you are worthy of these things that are trying to be given to you. You won't be open and receptive to them unless you forgive yourself for the way that you have acted and, you know, towards yourself and maybe others, and just see the truth for what it is and then move forwards. But the first step is acknowledging the truth, right? And from there you can work with that and you can take yourself to a better energy. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing for you. I love you so much, my fiery little friends. And now we're going to move on to Taurus, okay? You got called out a little bit. It's okay. Welcome to my life the last couple of weeks. Spirit's just like, you thought you were good, and here's another one, another lesson, more character development. And I'm like, thanks so much. Love ya. But yeah, it's a little gnarly out there right now. So don't feel personally attacked. We are all as well, because of that Pluto shifting, we're being transformed in new ways. We had gotten used to that 20-year cycle, right, of being transformed in Capricornian ways. Now we're being transformed in Uranian, Aquarian ways. And it has been a huge shift, especially for people with strong Plutonian, Scorpionic, or Aquarian energies in your chart. We feel it. We have felt it. And it is in a lot of ways about how we are being asked to relate to how can we be honest and authentic with ourselves, but also then how do we relate to other people that are close to us in the optimal way that brings the most to the table, for like the highest and best good of all. So yeah, it's been an interesting time, to say the least. Okay, let's see what's going on with Taurus. Jeez. My first reading back, and Spirit's like, anyways, let's just give you the most intense messages ever. My soul signed up for this at some point in time, and I'm just daily wondering, what was I thinking? Why did I sign up to be God's strongest soldier in this life? I had so much faith in myself, you know? Bold move, higher self, bold move. But, you know, we're getting there. All right. What does Taurus need to know at this time? What does Taurus need to know? So let's clear those energies from Aries reading, and let's see what Taurus needs to know. Okay. Let's see. My goodness. Okay. Oh my word. It's interesting. I almost feel like there might be a theme right now where people are being tested, and it's not the way that you think. It's like a lot of us, especially people who are empaths or spiritual or just very loving people, we're comfortable and confident with giving, sometimes too confident. Sometimes we overgive more than anything, right? And then it's not really healthy. But we can sometimes not be comfortable or confident with receiving. And I feel like one of the lessons we're learning, or a lot of people are learning collectively right now, is that the blessings and gifts and things that we have manifested are coming to us, whether that's just like we're shifting into our higher timeline, or opportunities or relationships or love or whatever is coming to us. But it's like, now after all of that character development that we've been through, do you trust it? And are you so used to always being the one that gives and gives and gives, and people just take that? Can you open your heart to trust and truly receive what you've been asking for now that it's here? Will you even be able to see it? Or are you so stuck in an old narrative of, this never happens for me, I'm always the one that gets fucked over, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know what I mean? It's going to take strength to accept good things. Sometimes that's the test, which is ironic, but I get it as well. It can feel kind of heavy to put yourself out there again. Okay. Let's see. I think it's really important to know who you are at this time. First and foremost, if you're looking at a situation or a person and you're like, what is this? Who is this? Can I trust this? Look at yourself first, because you will be calling in something that is either in perfect alignment with you, right? So if you're looking at yourself, then you'll know what is a reflection of your energy and your heart. Or after redefining and re-outlining who you know you are, you'll be able to tell what is not. So I want to say, like, focus on remembering who you are and all the work that you've done and how far you've come and the energy that you are embodying at this time, and that will help clear things up for you. Okay. And I mean at the core of you. Read your own heart. All right. Okay. There's something here that could be almost past life, I want to say, for Taurus. I'm going to clarify anything here. One more oracle card, and we'll get into this. All right. Oh, Lord. Well, this is why Spirit. It's me. I'm the one who's meant to be given these messages. We just love it. Okay, so you remember that you love me, hopefully. I'm just the conduit, you guys. Okay, let's see here. Okay, hi Taurus. I hope you guys are doing well. So let's see what's going on here with your messages. All right. I heard mistakes were made. So you are learning a lesson. At the bottom of the deck is your energy. There's the Hierophant. And in this deck, it's called the Teacher. So there's something that is being taught to you here at this time, but it's asking you to be in your full power. Yeah, the Six of Wands, victory. Victory can be had, but there might be something that you have to change. I know, such a dirty word for Taurians. There might be a shift that you have to make in the way that you act, or in something physical here that you've been holding on to that needs to be released, or it's being asked to be released. This is part of a lesson for you, is what I'm feeling. Okay, Vanessa, we'll see you in a little bit. Let me see here. I feel like there's something that you cut out, and again, reverse this if you need to. But the central column here in this spread is the Queen of Swords, intelligence in reverse, the Two of Wands, possibilities in reverse, and then the Seven of Pentacles, patience in reverse, with this card, Saturn in Taurus, ostentation, also in reverse. I always forget what ostentation means. Vulgar or pretentious display designed to impress or attract notice. Okay. So with the Saturn energy in Taurus specifically, this is also part of the lesson you're learning. So it's something about not acting pretentiously, or not trying to act in a certain way to gain attention or impress someone or something along the lines of that. So again, this could be someone else acting this way or you, but it's part of the lesson that's being learned here in the situation. It landed on this patience in reverse card, 7 of Pentacles. So this is a behavior that can no longer be invested into. So there is no more patience for this type of behavior, is what I'm getting from that. Let's clarify this a little bit. With the Two of Wands in reverse, though, it's like if this is the path that's chosen, then you're cutting off some sort of possibility that is open to you now. And the first card that came out for you is the Ace of Cups, gift. So it could be this, the possibility of something that is full of love, something that is a divinely offered opportunity. It could be a relationship. It could be an opportunity for you to love yourself more deeply, or both simultaneously. Vulgar or pretentious display, designed to impress or attract notice. What is, okay, tell me more about this ostentatious, the Wheel of Fortune, destiny in reverse. Okay. So someone is just off the tracks here. Someone has gone off the tracks of what is meant for them or what is destined here. I knew that there was a reason why I felt called to talk about like how now it feels very karmic, and it's definitely coming through in these messages. It's like, that's not meant to scare anyone. Again, it's neutral, it's action and reaction, but I feel like Spirit is taking this opportunity and using me as a vessel to, it's like right now is a time where the universe is very much active. And whatever action you take is going to snowball, right? Because again, it's like the universe will only amplify what you're putting out at this time. So if you are throwing yourself off the course of alignment, you're going to spiral off of your path into a place where you are not really destined to be. And there will be lessons for you to learn in that place, but it's probably going to be arduous. It's probably going to be difficult. It's probably going to involve a lack of fulfillment, a lack of expansion, a lack of getting what you really want. But it's like Spirit is saying this is very much at your own, you are the architect of your own destiny. As much as the Wheel of Fortune and the universe plays a part and amplifies, again, it's only amplifying what you are using your free will to put out into the universe, right? So there's something here about that where right now is a very potent time, and Spirit just wants everyone to know, I think, that certain behaviors and approaches are not going to work. You can play games with yourself, you can play games with people, but the universe knows what's up. You know, energy doesn't lie, and the Wheel of Fortune responds to the energy that you're putting out. So it's a time where a lot of people think about like what it really takes to get what you want, and it's not what you think. It might be releasing old ways or realizing that you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to put all of this like really hard work in. You just have to be willing to open yourself up and be yourself and be real with yourself and others and receive or embrace what is coming to you, rather than maybe trying to dictate or control. Or there's something about that. It's like you are in control and you aren't. It's very much a Spirit message, but you're in control of what you're calling in through what you put out, but you may not be totally in control of how fast it comes in, the form it comes in, whether you feel like it's the right time, whether you feel ready or not. If something comes to you, you're ready. Things don't come to you unless they're aligned with the path that you are on, whether that is a lesson or a blessing. So it's a time where we're being pushed into this place of transcendent kind of belief and trust. It's mostly faith in ourselves, but that has to also be, it's like it's being tested. Like, can you stand on your shit? You say that you trust yourself, or you say that you know what you want enough to put that out there and manifest it. But when it comes to you, then can you trust that the universe has brought it to you? Can you trust that the intentions and actions you put out did bring in what you asked for, and that everything will be okay, even if you don't have all the answers or you're not in control of it, right? There's something about that that's very strongly coming through. Okay. Let me see where I want to start with this. So we have the Ace of Cups, gift, and then the Queen of Swords, intelligence in reverse, and then the Nine of Wands, strength. What's the Nine of Wands? Okay. Justice. It's literally the Justice card. Like, Spirit is so loud. So very loud right now. So it's the card of karma. So that's it's a strong force right now in the universe and in all of our lives, I feel like. The thing is, I don't know why the implications of our actions are so amplified right now, but something is lending to that. And I feel like a lot of it has to do with, there's like a balancing or an equalizing that is happening right now. And I think it's not to punish us. It wants to align us with our destiny and our greatness, right? The Wheel of Fortune and Justice is what you deserve, what you truly deserve. Whether you believe that you deserve it or not is somewhat irrelevant. When what you really deserve is presented to you, can you look at your soul? Can you look at the truth of your heart and your being? Can you love yourself unconditionally? Can you accept yourself radically, which is kind of what Aquarius is about? And can you embrace this new timeline? Can you embrace these blessings? Because they're coming through. And it is what you deserve, and it's what you called in a lot of ways. But it's going to ask you to cut out old behaviors. It's like a jarring alignment that's happening here. And the energy of this is really strong. Like with the Nine of Wands, it's the energy of the wounded warrior. So it's the energy of Chiron in our charts as well, which could be quite triggering. It could be kind of confusing because it's like that's the place where the potential for the most growth and abundance ultimately is. But also when it gets poked, it feels like an open wound getting poked, right? So that's why the need for radical acceptance and love of those places where you feel the most wounded is absolutely vital. It's almost coming through as like Spirit is giving us gifts that want to pour love directly on those wounds, the places where we feel the least worthy, the places where we feel the most shame. For whatever reason that is for you, it will be different for everybody. You might want to look into your Chiron wound, though, to get more information on that. If your Chiron is in Gemini, it could be something about your intelligence and how you are perceived. If your Chiron is in Scorpio, it could be about intimacy, how much you trust others, vulnerability, how much you trust yourself and others, right? Because you have to be vulnerable with yourself to be vulnerable with others. But there's this theme, and it's like Spirit wants to bring in exactly what we need and exactly what we've asked for, but it feels like it's being gifted to us in that place that is the place where we need it the most, because it is the spot where we're most tender and wounded, but that is also simultaneously maybe the place where it's the most difficult for us to receive it. So that's where the energy comes in, where we have to be strong and we have to be the warrior, even though we are wounded. That doesn't take away your warrior spirit. You know, just because you get shot with an arrow in the arm in battle doesn't make you any less of a warrior. Just because you're wounded, you still have that strength. But with the Nine of Wands, it's strength of spirit that needs to come through at this time. What's the Queen of Swords in reverse? For Taurus. The Eight of Pentacles, prudence. And the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, manifestation. The Seven of Swords, trick. Again, it's like there's an energy of this is what you manifested. The Ace of Cups and the Ace of Pentacles. With Justice and the Wheel of Fortune, like there's no question this is what someone asked for. But the thing is, they're very prudently giving their energy to it because it's like they don't trust it. But this is an illusion. It's the Two of Cups, love underneath as well. You could have Aries in your chart or be connected to the Aries reading, because that came out for them too, and it was kind of a similar theme. The Tower in reverse, break, is underneath that. There's something here that is divine. And it's loving and it's pure and it is a gift from something greater than you. It can't really be broken. It's meant to be celebrated. And you don't really need to do anything to be worthy of it or to call it in, other than be honest with yourself about your innate worthiness and offer that love to yourself in such a way that it dissolves the fear and the resistance and the barriers that you have in place that would prevent you from accepting and receiving these things, right? You can triumph and get what you want, but you kind of have to do away with the projections, the obsessions, the oppression, the power struggles, the games. You have to be led by your emotional truth and the truth of your soul towards whatever this is that is being offered to you, because that's the place from which you manifested it. So that's the place from which you are meant to receive it as well. It's like we're being gifted the desires of our heart and our soul. And so we have to be in tune and in touch with the truth of our heart and our soul in order to know, to discern that that is what, you know, that this is what I asked for, no matter what kind of form it's taking, and to trust it, to receive it as well. So this energy feels like it's going to be the most jarring for people right now who are disconnected from their heart and their spirit and are more in their head or in a space where they're overthinking or trying to dictate or control or cling to maybe old stubborn ways of doing things or seeing things. Okay, so then there's because it's saying like not to not take your head along, not to not be logical and apply rational thought to things, but the rational mind is not the type of intelligence that's going to be able to discern what is for you right now and what is not. You need to take your head with you, but you can't be worried. You can't be in a space of insecurity. You have to be in this place of love to see through the illusions of the mind. And that's, I feel like, a big lesson that we're learning, because the mind is strong in so many ways, obviously. But our consciousness goes beyond just our human mind, right? Consciousness has to do with the heart and the soul as well. So you almost have to see through the eyes of your heart to know what's for you at this time, is kind of what I'm getting. And to know what is truly fulfilling and the way that that thing needs to be approached to be honored and held. Okay, so we have the Eight of Wands, the Two of Wands in reverse, and then the Four of Wands. Swiftness, possibilities in reverse, and completing. A lot of wands. It feels like, again, something was severed or cut out, and this was a swift action that was taken. It could have been communication. To cut off a possibility or to choose a path that was coming into a space of completion is what I'm getting. Something was coming together, and then it's like there was a system malfunction, or fear came in, or there was like a swift choice made. This is how I'm seeing it. They're like this. Okay, so there's swift action taken to choose a path that shut down a possibility just as that thing was coming together. It could have been a connection. The Four of Wands is the 1111 card. It talks about balanced, loving connection that feels both liberating and safe and secure at the same time. It is also the kind of connection, though, that it challenges and supports your self-love, because the Four of Wands is Venus in Aries, which is about loving yourself and knowing that you have that autonomy, knowing that you won't lose yourself in love, even if you open your whole self up to it, is kind of the energy of Venus in Aries. And then you, with that confidence, you know that you can really give like all of yourself to it. But I feel like whatever action this was that was taken, it was taken from a place of not being fulfilled or not believing that you could expand into a space of fulfillment. Whether this is someone that took this action to cut off a possibility with you, or whether it was you that took this action. It's like, again, there's a lack of seeing clearly that led to this decision. So then we have the Page of Cups in reverse, understanding. The Seven of Pentacles in reverse, patience, and the Seven of Wands, valor, in the upright. And the oracle card that fell on top of this Page of Cups in reverse is this one, which says exercising my demons, and it has all these little demons in their cute little workout gear. So I need to clarify that Page of Cups in reverse. But someone here, I feel like rather than looking at their heart, because this is quite a vulnerable place to put yourself in. And I don't mean vulnerable in a bad way, but it's a very childlike, innocent way, an energy of being with the Page of Cups. It's that it can be taken advantage of because it can be seen as naive, but it's also a very strong and resilient energy. It's Piscean energy for me. And it's like when you're in that space where you understand that love is the most powerful force and that no one can really take that from you, even if they think like, oh, I really got one over on that naive person. It's like, but you didn't actually take anything from me because I'm full of love and I'm connected to the source of love. So it's all love. So, you know, good one. Like you won, you think you did so good, but it's like, I'm still here with my open heart, right? And you didn't really take anything, or at least like no one can determine whether something's been stolen from you but you ultimately. So it almost feels like someone didn't want to be in that energy, or they didn't understand the strength of that purity of heart and offering that. They either thought it wasn't enough, or they just didn't trust putting themselves into that vulnerable space. And this could be because this gift of love came in very swiftly. It came in quickly, and maybe they weren't even expecting it. It almost just showed up. So this could be like a really strong connection that came in, and they were like, I'm not ready. But it almost feels like instead of trusting this energy, which would have been the perfect energy to embrace that gift, they kind of leaned into their shadow side, is what I'm getting from this. And they exercised their demons. And that could have looked like this ostentatious behavior where it's very unbecoming, right? It's this energy of being arrogant, showing off, being vulgar, hurting other people, taking action that's not true to yourself, but just for attention or because you think it's what's needed to get what you want, when really what was needed was this purity of heart and this openness. But the last thing I want to clarify is this card, because the Seven of Wands is the very last card, and it's a card of valor. It's a card of being brave and fighting for what you really want. So the first card was the Ace of Cups, gift, and the last card is the Seven of Wands. This is making me feel like you can still fight for this, or this person, they still have the chance to fight for it, but it has to be from a space of bravery and understanding that love is the prerogative of the brave. Love requires bravery, because being in this energy with an open heart requires bravery. It requires courage and confidence in yourself. So tell me more about this Seven of Wands. Okay. Celebration, the Three of Cups, and the Magician, existence in reverse. It's very important though, like the energy that you come at this opportunity from, because if you come at it from anything less than being completely real and honest and open, then yeah, it's like if there's no new vision, then it's not going to come into existence. If there's manipulation and game playing, it's not going to come into existence. If like sorrow and anxiety of the past is not dropped or forgiven, it's not going to come into existence. Is this still available to fight for? This can be reconciliation, celebration. Yeah, and then the Nine of Cups, happiness. It's right there, and you can reach out and grab it, but if you reach out and fight for this from the wrong place, it's like there has to be pure intention. There has to be pure intention. It can't be a place of insecurity or shadow or obsession, trying to control. Whatever weight has been causing this situation, whatever weight caused someone to go off the rails and not be in alignment with themselves and their blessings anymore, there needs to be a course correction. Because if they try to come back at this and make it right from this place, it's still not going to align, right? So that's what I see. Yeah. There needs to be knowing your own worth, being happy within yourself, being balanced and harmonious within yourself, and understanding why you're truly fighting for something. It's not just about so that I can say that I got it. It's like, why do you really want that thing? And what are you really willing to put on the line? And can you be the best version of yourself? Because that's the version that called this blessing in. And that's what it requires of you in order to truly embrace it and sustain it, because then you will believe that you are worth having it, which you are, right? You absolutely are. But yeah, there's the option to further throw yourself off course in which case you will probably believe less and less that these good things are for you, because you'll be further and further from them. And you'll be further and further from yourself ultimately too. Or else there's the option to kind of like be real with yourself, realign, and kind of come back to that place of balance where you can see clearly what is for you. Okay. We're moving on to Gemini. My gosh. The intensity of the energy is real. How are you guys doing out there? Is anyone still watching this reading? Oh my word. I feel like it's the School of Hard Knocks tonight, or it's just Spirit being like, not even the School of Hard Knocks, it's just Spirit being like, now I'm going to be really real with you and what you need to hear right now. But there is this energy of like, the universe isn't playing. And therefore, if you try to play with the universe and the things that are coming in right now, it's like it's not going to go well for people. There's a seriousness about the energy that is like, again, it's not like a threat, but it is like, this is what it is, you know? Like, this is the opportunity. This is what is required for you to embrace that opportunity, or else you'll miss the bus, you know? Like, the bus is here. If you don't get on the bus and you don't have the right fare for the bus, then the bus is leaving, you know? And that's kind of what's coming through. So, but that won't be an issue for those of us who, are in aligned. Like, we know what we feel and we're in alignment with our heart. Then it won't be an issue. You will be able to easily discern despite the chaos, because you are empowered and in dominion over your life. So, but it feels like the energy right now is prompting people or requiring people to be in that energy. And if they're not, then it's it might be slight struggle. Okay. I want to put my sweater on because I'm kind of cold. And I also want to take my bra off because it's really bothering me, but that's too much information and I'm not doing that on camera. So just give me 1 second really quickly. No one needs to see that, although you wouldn't actually see anything. But yes, that's what we're doing. All right. We're going to get to Gemini now. Okay. Oh, that's so much better. I don't know who invented bras, but I want to shoot them every day of my life. I want to shoot them. Because why? Why can we not just be comfortable, happy, and free? That's what I want to know. All right. Gemini. Okay, so let's clear the energies. And just ground in a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what's going on for Gemini. What does Gemini need to know? This time. Okay. Gosh. Okay. Is this the perfect amount of cards? Yes, it is. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Spirit. have a feeling for a lot of people, these readings will be reversed, and it will be because you could be incredibly confused by the actions of other people that are less connected to their heart and spirit right now. It's like you could be taking other people's behavior quite personally when really they are just reacting to these really intense karmic energies, but they are less capable of dealing with them maybe in like a graceful or calm or like sensical sort of way. I don't know. But take the messages how they resonate for you, but that could be the case for a lot of people where we're just getting insight into like, why are people acting crazy right now, you know? Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's get some more. One of these ones. Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on here, gems. My Gemini gang. Okay. Hi, Gemini. Okay, let's see what's going on here. What situation or energy wants to be highlighted for you right now? All right, so let me see here. Okay, so we have your energy, we have Leo energy, and we also have Taurus, as well as Scorpio, Pisces, and Libra showing up here a little bit. So that might resonate with you or it might not. At the center of the reading is the Knight of Cups in reverse. So I feel like there's been an action taken here that was not in alignment with the heart, or maybe it was made from an emotionally somewhat numbed out or disconnected or confused place. This could have been the Three of Cups in reverse, and the Ace of Cups in reverse is at the bottom of the deck. So this could have been like the breaking away from a family, a community, or a relationship of some sort. Okay. So the only two cards that are in the upright is the Page of Wands and the Seven of Cups in this reading. So what I'm getting from that is that there is maybe a lot of movement or a lot of maybe even like confident action being taken, but it's being taken from a place of emotional overwhelm or confusion or even like fantasy or illusion, right? So it's kind of like with the Seven of Cups, all is not necessarily as it seems, but the Page of Wands is like this fiery, kind of immature, but you know, immature doesn't always have to be bad. But it's like a young or youthful or spirited action being taken with confidence, with hope, but it's kind of coming from a confused place. So, okay, what is the action? I feel like that action is being taken to move away from something in the past because the Six of Cups in reverse is in between those two cards here. So it's like fiery action to move away from the past or to move away from a deep soul connection. And again, it could be family or someone that you've had past life connection with the Six of Cups, or you just have like a long history with and a deep soul connection with. I feel like there's just been amplified emotional confusion and illusion. The Ten of Coins in reverse. Oh, man. What is this message that keeps coming through? Some sort of action was quite destabilizing is what I'm seeing with that Ten of Coins in reverse. Or it's moving someone or you in a direction of more instability. I feel like this Knight of Cups in reverse in the center of the reading is you, and I don't feel like this Page of Wands that's acting this way is you. I feel like that's someone else that you're dealing with. So what I see is that someone, they could be younger than you too, because the Page is younger than the Knight, but they don't have to be. They could just be in this really like free-spirited, youthful kind of carefree energy. But they took some sort of action to move away from something here, and they flung themselves into a space of maybe opening their options up, but then being even more confused, or separating themselves from a path that was going to bring them to stability and abundance with the Ten of Coins in reverse there. What's the Ten of Coins? Tell me more about the Ten of Coins. That. The Ace of Wands. It's like being offered something that could completely shift the trajectory of your life, infuse it with passion, inspiration, and lead you to this really abundant, expansive place, stable place. But instead, this person took action in the opposite direction, or someone took action away from that, or in a way that created instability in an otherwise stable situation, or a situation that was headed in a direction that would have been abundant and stable. It's interesting. This opportunity came in as divine inspiration. It could have been something that did really light this person up or turned them on. They could have mistaken something stable as something just being like lust or attraction, or something that would be fleeting but not really something that would be able to be built on and lasting. It's almost like it's coming through as whoever this is, they didn't take this seriously. Maybe because of the way, like the energy that at first was offered to them in. It kind of feels like they misread it, or didn't see the true potential of it in some way. That could have been because it reminded them of something that they've experienced in the past. Because there's this card here that came out. We're not going in circles. We're going upwards. The path is a spiral. We have already climbed many steps. So sometimes we can think when we're on our journey that we're just going in circles. And when something comes around that feels like or is reminiscent of something we've already experienced, we can be like, I know what you are, you know, and then we project our past onto an entirely new experience. So for instance, and then we might cut off something that was actually, you know, good, but we weren't seeing it clearly because we believe that we're just in the same loop, when really we've grown and we've spiraled up. So there could be similarities in a situation, but if we are not recognizing like the progress and the growth and evolution that we've made, we could fall back into a space of insecurity or fear and misjudge new opportunities that come in that maybe have certain similarities but are not the same thing as what we've experienced before, if that makes sense. So, for instance, this is an energy of someone that is young, that is, what's up, Lindsay, my babe in the house, love her so much. This could be someone who has fire strongly in their chart and who is maybe young or has been somewhat inexperienced in the past. They could have given themselves or leapt fully, like feet first or head first, into a situation that they felt very passionate about, very inspired by, or maybe very attracted to or pulled to. Like, if this is a connection, then maybe there was a very strong physical connection, a strong passionate connection. But I feel like in the past that didn't end up the way that they, with this particular example, it's like that didn't lead them to where they wanted to be. So now if, for instance, something new is coming in and it's not the same because they've spiraled up, right? But let's say they feel a very strong lust or a very strong physical attraction or passionate pull to something. They might not trust it, right? They might not see it clearly, and then they might not have their heart open to it because in their mind, they're still thinking that they're in the past when in reality, they've evolved. They're not in the same place. Something can still feel or look similar in some ways, but when you really tap into where you are at, again, that's why it's so important to be tuned into where you are and the growth and evolution that you have made, because that is the only way you're going to be able to properly discern what is for you at this time. And that's a common message that's coming through so far. So there's something about that where it's like we really need to be tuned into the growth and the evolution and where we're at and where we've come from so that we can judge and discern what's being presented to us at this time. The thing is, the center line of the reading is the Page of Swords in reverse, the Knight of Cups in reverse, and the Eight of Coins in reverse as well. And I feel like I said that this Knight of Cups in reverse is you here. You could be shutting down your heart to this situation because, someone turned it down or didn't see it or didn't see you for what it really is. But I think that you know the growth that you've done, and you are sitting at a vantage point where you can perceive clearly what something is. But I feel like you are maybe choosing not to chase someone or communicate with someone, or not to make yourself vulnerable or put in energy to something, because you might be realizing like it's not your job to prove yourself or to convince someone, because that's not sustainable. People need to know their own truth, and they need to know the truth of the situations that they're getting themselves into. It's not up to anyone else to prove themselves or provide constant validation or, justify. And once you've evolved, you realize that that's not your responsibility. But clarifying this Eight of Coins in reverse is this oracle card where he's saying, I should have played it cooler. So there could be regrets on your side of things here as well, Gemini. Or you could be facing some regrets, like maybe you feel that you drove someone away by coming on too strong, but I feel like that's just the energy of the connection that wasn't really in your control. It's just like, if you turn someone on, you turn someone on. You don't really have control over that, right? It's just like the chemistry between two people, for instance. Yeah, it's like there was love there in something. So Eight of Coins in reverse. I should have played it cooler. Tell me more about that. I want to know a little more about what that's all about. But I feel like something's not being seen clearly or communicated clearly here. It's because there's more of a focus on fear and a disconnection from what is actually felt. What's this Eight of Coins in reverse? The Fountain. And Judgment. There's that Plutonian energy. Okay. So the Fountain is the card of literal like source energy. Source energy, divine energy. So with that and Judgment, I feel like someone didn't understand or perceive something as being a divine blessing because they were disconnected from their own heart or their own belief and confidence in their own divinity here in some way. And I don't know why that is. But if anything, I feel as though this situation came in to remind them of their own divinity, not to make them feel ashamed or push them further into a space of forgetting who they are. It came in to remind them, because we have the Lovers in reverse here, right? And the Lovers is a connection that forces you to overcome fear in order to step into your most empowered, loving, best version of yourself, the highest version of yourself. The only way that you can come into the Lovers connection is as the Emperor and the Empress, right? And really what that means is that each person has to be both the Emperor and the Empress and have both of those energies balanced and secured within themselves to bring that to the connection. So really it's like the Emperor and the Empress here and the Emperor and Empress here, balanced, coming together to create this loving, safe bond where then those energies can complement one another, they can support one another, and one is not relying on the other because it's not like you're half of the equation. It's like I'm the full equation, you're the full equation, we come together and we create more than the sum of our parts, if that makes sense, with the Lovers. And it is very divine, but it is an energy that requires you to be in your power, know your own worth and your own value so that you can bring that to the table. And that's why the Lovers is also the choice, because it is a choice that we have to make. Each person has to make that and pick it. So in a way, it is like a judgment call that we have to choose our own divinity and then believe in our own divinity and goodness in order to leap into that kind of connection or experience, right? I feel like someone here didn't because it's like their own lack of self-worth or their own insecurity or instability in who they really are led them to take this action, this swift action, to sever themselves off from something that was meant to give to them. It was meant to help, again, like remind them of who they are or uplift them, bring them more into alignment with the truth of who they are, with their own divine spark and life force energy. And then as within, so without, that was meant to snowball into or have like physical implications in their life. So it would have probably brought in more physical stability and abundance as well, whether that's financial or building a family with someone, children, whatever the case may be. What is this? I should have played it cooler. the Four of Swords in reverse, and the Hanged Man. Someone now has gained a little bit of insight, like higher understanding. It feels like when they made a certain decision, it was like a snap judgment call, and it was made from a place of having an unquiet mind. So maybe this person literally was not of right mind, like maybe they were on drugs or drunk, or maybe they were lacking sleep, or they hadn't been taking basic care of their mental health, but their head space was not in a good place when they made a certain decision. And now they have some sort of perspective, and they're like, I fucked up. I should have played it cooler. There's some sort of regret here, and they are feeling some level of divine judgment because of that. I feel like they've gained some sort of higher perspective here with this Hanged Man energy into what led them to make a certain choice or act in a certain way, I feel like. It doesn't feel like this person knows what to do about it yet, though. They just know that they are not happy with how they acted, but they don't really, they're in this suspended state still, not really knowing what to do. It feels like to actually align. Yeah, it's like they want to take action, physical action, but with the Page of Coins in reverse, they might fear that an opportunity has already been lost or too much damage has been done, that they need to just move forwards. Okay, so the last line of the spread is the Lovers in reverse, the Sun in reverse, and the Hierophant in reverse. And then these three oracle cards came out to clarify the Hierophant in reverse. So it's the Sun in Libra, Harmony in reverse, the Sun in Scorpio, Endurance in the upright, and then Venus in Pisces, Submission in reverse. So that it's almost like someone is learning a lesson here. They may not have learned it yet. With the Hierophant in reverse, I feel like an old way of functioning or an old form of conditioning or structure in their life wants to be disassembled. It wants to be deconstructed and taken apart because it's not something that is true to this person. It's not something they can actually build on if they want to create abundance, joy, love, fulfillment in their life. So it's like something that has been a structure or a way of doing things in this person's life, and it's Taurian energy, so it's something that's very set in its way. It's fixed earth. This could be something that they learned from their culture, from their family, or it's just something they've been doing this for a very long time this way. It's almost like thinking that the way to get what they want is through just straight, like, brute force and control and endurance. But the only issue with that is they feel like there cannot be harmony without submission, right? It's like, I will exert my force and then I'll get what I want out of the situation, because someone will submit to me and I will get what I want. But that's not true balanced harmony. That's not the Lovers. That's not the Sun. That's not true, right? So it's almost this misperception that this person has, and this might be what is kind of slowly sinking in or trying to come through to them at this time. It's like, it's not love if you forced it into submission. Love is a choice. Someone submits to you or comes to you and makes themselves vulnerable and makes themselves equal to you because there is trust, harmony, and balance, not because they are manipulated into it or forced into it, right? Or convinced into it. It's like a surrender to love is what creates the peace and harmony in it. And both people need to meet on solid ground for that balance to be there. There needs to be a level of diplomacy, right? Sun in Libra. So I feel like this is what wants to be shifted or disassembled in this person's life. I don't know how willing they are. I'm not really sure. Do I need to clarify anything else? There's the Ten of Cups and the Magician at the bottom of the deck. Whoever this is, they need to know that they can have everything that they want, but the way to manifest that, they need to know, yeah, there's some sort of major imbalance that's going on with this person right now. Two of Swords in reverse, Temperance in reverse, the Devil in reverse. They need to make up their mind and be honest with themselves and know, right, that harmony and balance cannot come through force and imbalance and obsession and oppression and control. It has to, love is free. Unconditional love is, there are no conditions, right? It's not something that binds you or that you bind someone else to. It's something that liberates you. It's something that sets you free. So there's something, and this person could be very much dealing with some sort of actual addiction that's really throwing them off balance at this time. Like, again, it's like, but I feel like they're choosing it, and they need to be real with themselves about the ways that they're throwing themselves off balance so that they can see how that's kind of extending to situations in their life, because this wants to be evolved. There's a lot of scorpionic energy with that judgment, Plutonian energy, and death. It's like love wants to rearrange this person. It wants to flip their whole way of being on its head, right? The Hanged Man. But are they willing to actually see things from such a drastically different perspective? Are they willing to see that they have grown and that the circumstances and experiences that are coming into them now are a reflection of that growth and a reflection of their own inner divinity? But they have to shift, and they have to shift their headspace to believe that those changes have happened in order to act and think and treat others in accordance with that change. So yeah, there's something that they're clinging to that's very fixed, right? It's like this Hierophant in reverse energy, this Scorpio energy, lots of fixed energy. And it's like they're white-knuckled clinging to where they've been, even though I feel like where they've been has just been a space of confusion and lack. And now they're being offered something that could really take them where they want to be, but they're being forced to sort of reckon with or face the imbalances and the things that are oppressing them so that they can set themselves free and then be free to offer their whole liberated self and heart to the things that are coming through to them. What's up, Lissetti? How's it going? All right, so that's what I have for you, Gemini. Okay. Yeah, that's what I see. There's really deep lessons that are being learned right now for people, I feel like. It's, like, this is deep stuff, right? It feels very much like this is a culmination point of some sort, where it's like, it's almost like we're in a portal, or there's this there's this moment in time that's available to us to shift gears, to shift timelines, to totally change your reality in a positive way. But, you know, change can be scary for humans. And it's like, you have to have that faith in, again, like how far you've evolved, and that the universe sees that and is offering you things that are in alignment with the evolution that you've created in yourself. Because I feel like if you can believe that, then magic can happen at this time. But it's like, we're also somewhat at the risk of completely misjudging or denying ourselves everything that we've been manifesting and calling in, just out of not being able to truly like see it clearly or believe it, or drop our old ways of being, or our habits, or our insecurities, our self-destructive tendencies, all of these things that every human being has and gets stuck in. It's kind of like an ego integration. It feels almost like that's being forced on us at this time. And obviously it's for the greater good, and it's to bring these beautiful things into our lives. But yeah, it feels like it's a little triggering for a lot of people as well. So that is what I see. Big energy, big lessons, and I'm just chilling with my popcorn. Yeah, bro. I feel ya. Okay, we're moving on to Cancer. Let's see what's going on. My God. Okay. Sip of this tea. Okay. I want to just cleanse with some Paulo real quick here. I think that there's like a common thread or a theme. It's a thread of energy that is penetrating and moving through the signs. And while the messages are different, there's an underlying similarity that's coming through, for sure. So, yeah, it's kind of step up or move out the way because change is coming, and you're either going to be living in this space of lack, stuckedness, and illusion, essentially, or you're going to like use this wake up call that we're all kind of facing, this energetic wake up call to reassess where you're at, whether you're happy with the circumstances, what circumstances are being offered to you, which ones are for you, and so on and so forth. But yeah, it feels like it's a lot for a lot of people, and I resonate because I also am going through this in my own way. Yeah, I have compassion as well. I had to move myself through the energy before being able to be like, okay, now I can show up for other people, now that I feel like I have some semblance of clarity as to what the hell is going on in my own world. It took me a second to get there. So yeah, it's definitely not about being ashamed of wherever you're at within this energy. And it's also not about being like, I'm better than those people, or they deserve the bad karma, or they deserve to miss the bus because of the way they treated me, or whatever the case may be. It's not a time for judgment. I feel like it's a time for people who have more clarity to be like a way shower, or like a leader by example. Lead with love. Lead with grace. Lead with compassion. Because you don't know how healing that could be. Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on for Cancer. I'm going to because at this time, some people could be experiencing this as kind of like, again, triggering, traumatic, or just very jarring or confusing. And you don't know how much just like holding space for their experience or not judging, but being loving in how you embrace them, or being more forgiving than you are condescending maybe, or cutting off. You don't know the impact that that could have on people, especially at this time with these potent energies. It could be something that is enough, even in the smallest way, to shift them into a space where they feel more able to accept and receive what they are actually worth. So offer that as much as you can if you feel like people are going through it. Okay. Let's see what's going on for Cancer. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. One more. Okay. Okay. This is kind of different. Thank you, God. No, I'm just kidding. Those messages were all what was needed before, but this has got kind of a slightly different flavor to it, which I am grateful for. Trust my little crabby cakes to bring through some extra loving energy. Let's see. There are common cards that are coming out in every deck, though, too, that I use. That's too many. Can I just get one? Okay. All right. Let's see here. Get another one from this deck. Okay. Cancer, Cancer, Cancer. Hi, Cancer, my beautiful little crabby cakes. I hope you're doing well. And let's see what's going on, what wants to be highlighted here in your current situation. So, is this meant to be in reverse? This, okay. I feel like the way that you see something is really shifting here for the better, but it's because you're open to seeing what has got you to the place that you're at, and you're open to actually being real with yourself about where you're not completely happy, or where you don't feel stable, or where you've maybe even taken a loss. And that could be relationally. For some of you, this has to do with your family. I feel like you're creating quite a change here, or you have the opportunity to. This might be something you're thinking about putting into you're thinking about creating this change and you haven't yet. Or this could be someone else that's going to be creating this change. So, so we have Libran energy and also Taurian energy showing up here, and Scorpio. I feel like there's someone here, whether this is you or someone that you're closely connected to, it's someone that you have a loving connection with, but there's been some difficulty here. There's been some form of injustice or hurt that has maybe come between yourself and someone else. And it could have been something that was kind of like a little bit under the surface, or maybe came through as slightly passive, although maybe you felt it on a deep level, and I feel this person also did. It could be something that you've been dancing around the outskirts of, or it hasn't been directly faced or spoken about. So this could be someone that, like, let's say this could be coming up because you're about to spend the holidays with your family, and maybe this is an issue that you have with one of your parents or siblings or something like that that hasn't been directly addressed, but it's like these feelings of like the woundedness is being pulled up to the surface so that it can be addressed, so that things can be made better or healed, or so that some sort of balance can be applied to the situation, so that there can be forgiveness, I want to say, and a committing to a new way of doing things, maybe, which I like a lot. But it's almost like someone was giving in a transactional or a conditional way. And this could have been how they learned to love. So if this is like a parent, it could be someone who there was not a lot of emotional validation or emotional support when they were growing up. Like their parents were maybe very stoic or stern or emotionally detached, maybe very practical. And so they learned that love is like only acts of service, or, you know, helping financially to support the family. But there was a disconnect in regards to like love, or like more of a vulnerable emotional kind of connection is what I'm feeling. Because at the core of the reading, there's the Ace of Cups in reverse, the King of Cups in reverse, and then the Ten of Pentacles. So it's interesting because it's kind of like having it all from the outside, or like on paper having it all, right? Someone who's abundant, someone who has a family that is flourishing. They maybe have nice things, nice house, can buy nice presents at Christmas, that sort of thing. But there's this fundamental, like, the heart is missing from it, though, in some way. And whoever this King of Cups in reverse is, it's at the center of the reading. So I feel like this is someone who is either central to a relationship that you have. So it's either a spouse or a long-term partner, or it's like a father figure or a mother figure, someone that is central, and the way that they engage with the family permeates out, and it impacts sort of the whole structure of things is what I'm seeing. This card also came out, which is Saturn and Scorpio inheritance, which makes me feel like this could have been something that they learned, it was inherited, or it's generational maybe. So they could have learned to approach family, or to build a family structure, or to lead a family maybe, or nurture in this way. Can you tell me more about that King of Cups in reverse? This is someone that works very hard, because above them is the Eight of Pentacles and below them is the Hierophant. So again, they're surrounded by the Ten of Pentacles, the Hierophant, the Eight of Pentacles, but then To their left is the Ace of Cups in reverse. So this is someone that has worked hard. They've built a lot of physical abundance. They've provided for their family in that way, maybe, or for their partner in that way, or community, or whoever this is, even themselves, maybe. They've built something solid, but again, it's like it's missing this core, it's missing the heart. And they're seeing something about how this has caused some sort of imbalance, or it's caused an injustice that they want to release or they want to heal. Yeah. So what's this King of Cups in reverse? Tell me more about that. You know what this is giving? This is giving, what's that movie with like Scrooge and he's visited by the three ghosts of Christmas? That's what this is kind of giving. Someone who's built everything for themselves. They might have everything that they want. They might be leaving a big inheritance to those around them in their family, but they're missing the heart. And it's interesting because they're feeling out in the cold, like they need to correct something to come in. Because they thought that one thing was what defined their worth, they constantly have given and given and given from that place, from believing that that is how they have to show up to be what is needed. But this Empress energy has shown them that there's something that they were not pouring into, that they were actually neglecting. And I think that it was some sort of emotional or heart-based support or connection that is actually very much needed to sustain some sort of relationship, or even like the structure or integrity of a family unit. If there is no heart or love, then what's holding that together at the end of the day, right? The Four of Cups in reverse is the first card in the spread. What's that? I feel like they have been in a bit of a space of emotional quicksand, or maybe even emotional apathy, but they want to move. This is someone that wants to heal. Like they are aware of, or they're becoming aware of their bullshit. This is someone who is, their heart is being cracked open, or they're seeing the light, like Scrooge. I don't know, but it's like a Christmas miracle. And I feel like this was facilitated in some way by you. And you may not have even known that you did this, but I feel like you communicated something from the heart, either in verbal or through action, like verbally or through your action. And it opened this person's eyes to something. They want to do better, and they're willing to put the work in to the space where something has been unjust. That's what I feel. So tell me about that Four of Cups in reverse. What's up? You can actually talk now. How's it going, Victor? Glad to have you here. Okay. What's this? The Six of Swords in reverse. This is someone that's realizing that their way of asserting themselves, which potentially was somewhat, they're seeing that they were moving from a place of fear, maybe fear of vulnerable connection, fear of actual love, of either receiving or giving love. And that could, again, be something that they were very unconscious of. Like, if they grew up in a family where emotions were not, there wasn't space made for emotions, or they weren't emotionally supported, or there wasn't that kind of connection, then they could have actually not trusted that, or been afraid of it, or thought that it weakened the structure of a relationship or a family. that they had to show up in one sort of very definitive way to provide in one sort of way, and that's all that they were, that's all that they had to offer, in a sense. This person didn't see how much value actually comes from them disarming themselves and offering their heart. But they've realized that they have come as far as they can possibly come doing things the way that they've done them. And they can sit here and be disappointed about nothing changing, or they can put in the effort to really look at this injustice and make it right. So they're learning a huge lesson right now. And I think that this is something, this could be someone who's breaking generational patterns or generational karma right now. Something that they inherited that they do not wish to push forwards. They don't wish to be defined by what they've always been defined by anymore. They're seeing how that created division within themselves and within, their relationships, and they've built that into the framework of things, but they are willing to deconstruct, because here's the Hierophant, and then it's followed by the Four of Pentacles in reverse, which is like taking something apart. This is the structure that their life is kind of built on. And then here's them making changes. This might be someone who's not ready to make like one massive dramatic change, but they might come in with an openness to slowly open up and work on things gradually over time. I feel like they are going to come in with an energy of humility to some degree. Something that will show you that they can see where maybe their way hasn't been the best way, and they're open to being a little bit more vulnerable and making some shifts. They don't want to burn the whole structure down, but there's something here about them being willing to let go of old ways, old habits that aren't serving. What's this Four of Pentacles in reverse? The Ten of Wands in reverse. They've made things harder in some ways. It could have been through stubbornness. This could be someone that, again, they refuse to open up and share their feelings or their thoughts on something. They weren't communicating, and then the energy wasn't shifting. It feels like someone that was or has been quite stuck in their ways. And again, it's because it's brought them, this hard work has brought them benefits. But they're now at this point where on their journey, they are meant to see that there's more that they can add to the equation, and they can gain a lot more from it, as well as bringing more to the situation or the relationship. They can make things easier for themselves and others. What's this Justice in reverse? The Knight of Cups in reverse, the Fool. It has everything to do with, like I said before, them not bringing their heart to the table. Whatever injustice has come through, maybe this is someone who has acted or spoken in a way that has hurt you, or has, again, kind of like created division or just a coldness in the family or the relationship. They're being called into this new way of doing things, and the injustice stemmed from this Knight of Cups in reverse energy. So it's an emotional numbness, an emotional unavailability or disconnect. It almost feels like someone who has tenderness inside of them, but they've come through in almost like a toxic masculine way for so long that their own tenderness began feeling like a liability, or it scared them. And now they're seeing that that is something that they want to crack open and infuse into the situation and teach maybe their children, or leave as an inheritance, or, they want to be remembered for more than just the hard work that they've put in and the things that they've accumulated in the physical. That's what this feels like. It's kind of beautiful. I love it. They're going through a huge transformation. They're dropping a lot of weight. This person, like I said, they're being softened. They're being humbled. So, yeah. It'd be good if you could, you know, offer them a little bit of grace as well if they do come towards you. This is something that has been a lesson that has been, like, I feel like it has been generational or karmic, or it's just been a very long time coming. Something this person hasn't been able to see before now. All right, that's what I see for you, Cancer. I love that. Oh, okay. Got a little softer of a reading there, a little break from the chaos. I'm just kidding. You know that I live for the chaos. But we're going to move on now to Leo. So, oh my gosh, my legs are cramping. Leo. Where are my brave-hearted babes? And how are you doing? How are you doing? How are you dealing with this Mars retrograde in your sign? Are you having the best time? My word. Let's see. What's going on for my Leos? My Leos. What's happening? What's shaking? Are you in an empowered energy so you can lead us all through the chaos? We need you now more than ever. All right. Let's see what's going on. What's going on? What messages does Leo need this time? Let's see what's going on. Ah. Okay. You are being asked to be brave right now, aren't you? Oh, what card is that fell out? Let's see. One more. Okay. Devil in reverse. Seven of Pentacles, Six of Cups in reverse. Yeah. Wow, it's the inheritance card came out again. Just fell here. Okay. Another oracle card, and then we'll get into this. Accountability, uprooting, drama, momentum, and sensitive. Yeah. All right. Yeah, like I said, the need for courage and bravery. Okay. So timestamp this. Okay, what's up, Leo? So, what's going on? I feel like you guys are slaying some demons here. Yeah. You're definitely gaining speed. Okay, don't know what's going on upstairs, but it feels like you're picking up speed here. And it's an interesting energy because it's like you're dropping weight and you're, well, I guess that makes sense. You're dropping weight and gaining speed at the same time in the direction you want to be going in. But it could, like when I use that analogy, it makes sense. But it could feel more complicated or confusing than that if you are walking away from something that feels bittersweet while moving and in the direction of success and feeling both things at once. So it's like at the beginning of the reading, the all signs, when I was saying that this heavy Gemini energy right now is forcing us to hold the duality and be like, you know, it can be this and this simultaneously because that is reality, right? You're being shown a lot right now. And I feel like it's your heart and your soul that is showing you. You're actively putting in work and effort, though, towards breaking away from things that have held you back, that have oppressed you. And I think that this is requiring, the reason why it's requiring courage is because it is requiring a level of accountability within you to not just see what's on the surface level, but to actually like dig into yourself and uproot things that maybe you weren't being completely honest with yourself about, sensitive things within you. But these are the areas where you're going to gain the most momentum. And I think you know that. And I think you are brave enough. And that's why you're kind of tackling this head on. But that doesn't necessarily make it feel any easier, right? The people who have courage, they still have fear. They're just deciding to do the thing anyways. But the fear is very much still there. So, yeah. So you have the 8 of Cups, the 3 of Wands in reverse, and then the Chariot in reverse. So we have Cancerian energy here. There's also Libran energy and Gemini and Scorpio as well, since this inheritance card came out and it landed on the 3 of Wands in reverse. I'm getting like emotional karma, which is interesting. Scorpionic inheritance. There's a direction that your emotional truth and emotional force has been directed. Like there's a direction that you have been aimed at here for a while. And I feel like you're either pulling that out by the roots from your heart to move in another direction that's more fulfilling, where you feel more seen, more successful, more witnessed, but not just by other people, more witnessed by yourself, by your own soul, and by the universe. I feel like this is pretty deep for you. It's not just about gaining recognition in terms of how other people around you see you or like fame. And that's why it's deeper for you. It's about the true source of pride. The achievements that are internal that actually mean the most. Because when you're on your deathbed at the end of your life, the things that can come with you are those things. They're the achievements that you've made on a heart and soul level, right? And you're being pushed in a direction where you're going to feel more fulfilled in those areas that really carry like a lot of weight. That's what I'm seeing. But the first card is the Eight of Cups. So it's requiring you to leave something in the past that you're having to be honest with yourself about, that you gave your whole self to, like you put your heart into it, you put your back into it, but it still did not, there was still pain there. You're having to be real with yourself about pain from the past. And I think that the accountability part is like, even if somebody hurt you in the past, it's like looking at yourself and being like, okay, but what part did I play? Because it takes two to tango. And even if we're looking at someone who's in like an abusive relationship, right? And this is coming from someone who's been in an abusive relationship. So I'm definitely not victim shaming. That's not what this is about. But it is about empowerment. And the only way that we can be sovereign and empowered over our own energy is through the admission that we do have that level of accountability and free will in any situation that we're in. And there might be reasons why we feel like we can't pull away from certain things because of conditioning, programming, wounds, insecurities, and all of these things. But ultimately, if we dig deep enough into ourselves, into those sensitive, deep spaces, we can uproot any resistance or anything that is keeping us in a place where we're not being honored or we're not being fulfilled or whatever the case may be, right? So I think that you're like, those things are the hardest to take accountability for. When somebody else, when we feel like someone else really hurt us or did us wrong, or when we feel like we poured the best of ourselves in a lot of ways into something and we still didn't get what we had hoped for. Like those places, especially for a Leo, where you give it your all and it still doesn't go as planned. It's a lot easier to be prideful in a more superficial or egoic way and to project the blame or the accountability onto the other part, right? But you're not doing that. And that's very powerful. And that's a conscious choice that I see you making day to day. And it is kind of something I feel like you have to keep on bringing yourself back to. What's up, Obsidian? Because it's not easy to stay on that path. It does require courage. To face those parts of ourselves perhaps requires the most courage that we'll ever have to be fully accountable and realize that we do determine our own fate. We do create our own destiny. We are all powerful. The only thing that gets in our way is us, giving our power away or believing that we're not. So you're trying to create more for yourself than what you've had in the past. And in order to do that, you're being really real with yourself about what you invested into the past that didn't bring you or perpetuated you not getting what you want, I feel like. But there's a direction you've been pointed for a long time, something you've been kind of scanning the horizon on, smoking a spliff, walking my dogs, and saw that I'm live. Well, I love to be present for a good old joint smoke and a walk of the dogs. I'm glad to be present. But yeah, it feels like you've been looking at the horizon, hoping that something would come in because you had given so much to it, because you had invested into it so much. And it's like, because you'd given so much from the heart, which is, you rule the heart, you'd really given your heart and soul to this thing. And so again, it's like, this is not that this was not your emotional truth. It very much was. Like, this was your heart knew how it felt, and you pointed yourself in the direction of this and kept scanning the horizon for it because that was your emotional truth. But there's something that you're realizing, like, it's almost like you had put your inheritance or your future kind of in a box that involved this moving in this direction, or this thing being the thing that was with you on that path of expansion and fulfillment and abundance. And I think that right now you're being challenged. You're realizing that it's you're shifting your trajectory. And it's taking a lot for you to do that, because it's like you're pulling all of your heart. It's not that you're taking energy back that you had given or invested into someone. That is a gift that will always stay with them. Or if you had invested it into a particular opportunity, that energy will always was a gift that you gave to that, and it had its impact where it was meant to have its impact. So it's not like you're revoking the gift that you gave to this, but you are, at the same time, you're taking your power back in the sense that you're becoming fully accountable and sovereign over where you're at now. And you're realizing you have the choice to move forwards through shifting your perspective. Mars in Gemini, clarifying the Six of Swords in reverse. You can not shift your perspective and stay stuck, or you can choose to move differently based on the way that you're thinking about things, and you can shift your outcome. I can't remember what this deck is called. Message me on Instagram and I'll send you the name of it. It might be the Lumina Tarot. I think it might be called Lumina Tarot. But yeah, it's beautiful. I think it's something like that. Okay, so you have the Six of Wands, the Seven of Wands in reverse, and the Three of Pentacles here in the core of your reading. Oh, the Sun. Oh, so I split the deck and it's the Sun with the Knight of Cups. It's you. See, it's you taking your life force energy and channeling it through your heart. This is so powerful, Leo, because you're taking the most powerful parts of yourself and you're working with them. Like, you know where your strengths lie. It's not that you haven't been in your strength in the past. It's hard for me to convey this in a way that I hope it makes sense to you. You've always been in your power. Nothing has gone to waste, and your heart didn't mislead you. Everything has happened the way that it's meant to happen. But now this shift is also meant to happen. And it's requiring you to channel this power of yours through what you rule, which is your heart. So again, you're taking the most powerful energies available to you, the most natural flow of energy available to you. But you're having to disarm this part of you that maybe wants to keep on defending the direction that you've headed for so long, or something that you've poured a lot of yourself into already. And for fixed fire or any fixed sign, that's kind of a lot to do, right? And especially when I see that the full force of your emotional truth and your spirit was behind this, it takes a lot of force to, shift that once you've started barreling down that direction. But you're on track. So the Six of Wands, the Seven of Wands in reverse, and the Three of Pentacles. You're building something new. I feel like you're in a germination stage here with this Three of Pentacles. There's something germinating. It's interesting because it's like these parts are naturally at play here. Something's triangulating, but it's like the seed's already been planted. So it's not something that you are needing to, I feel like, show up and put specific physical action into. It's more of you creating this energy within through bringing yourself back to center. You could be going through a heart chakra like cleansing at this time and reactivation, but it's so that you can take more love in and channel more love through you, because more love is what is meant for you on this new path. I'm getting goosebumps now. Yeah, I really feel that this is very powerful. But it's soul work, right? It's more soul work. The vibe of my room, yeah, it's true. It does match quite well, doesn't it? This is soul work, though. Like, this is... It's interesting, too, because it's showing you how one step... Oops, I turned that the wrong way. One step backwards is actually bringing you to where you need to be. And sometimes that is how it is, right? We need to make edits, which might mean, like, disassembling what we've built so far, or taking a step back so that we can recenter and shift our direction. And that's not... You're not losing anything. Again, you're gaining, because you're stepping. So this is how the cards are, right? Something that you were fighting for or defending, you're relaxing or softening, and you're going back into the Six of Wands, though, which is where you gain more of that sense of empowerment and recognition within yourself. So it's interesting. Super interesting. But something's being brought together very naturally, I want to say, with the Three of Pentacles. It's like these natural energies are being put into play, and they're coming together, and something's being built. It's not happening even... I don't even feel like this is karmic necessarily, like what you're building. I mean, I guess everything's kind of karmic when you think about like action and reaction, but it's just a natural recalibration of your energy that's happening. And then things are just shifting around you to nurture where you're at now, and where you're going to head by extension is what this is kind of coming through as. Because I think you're realizing that where you were headed was not actually, although you were passionately moving towards something, it was somewhat from a disempowered place. There was something that wasn't healed, and so it wasn't going to take you as far as you could really go. Here you are, the Knight of Wands, but you were being fueled. So this is passionate, inspired, again, still aligned with your energy. Nothing wrong with this energy, but there was something that was missing, that was not being healed. And so the outcome was never going to be the Ten of Pentacles with the direction you were moving. Yeah, there you are at the bottom of the deck, Strength in reverse. You're stepping into an energy of deeper and more complete empowerment. Yeah. And again, this is something you're building within yourself. It's not about external validation. It's not about you calling in a lover that's going to make you feel complete. It's not about you even heading or focusing on that direction. It's about you completing yourself and offering this unconditional acceptance and love to yourself that maybe you never had even as a child. And then from there, look at that. You're so beautiful. You're stepping into the 10 of Cups. See this snowballing energy, the 9 of Cups, the 10 of Cups. It's happening naturally because you're recognizing this space that I don't think you realized was wounded within you still. And it's like it was disempowering you from behind the scenes in some sort of way. Yeah, it's a beautiful deck. But you see it now. And again, there's no reason to be ashamed or to feel bad or to feel like you were off track before. It's just you didn't have the information. You can't, it's like you didn't see what you see now. You know, there's nothing that could have made you see it earlier. You needed to go through everything in order to get to this place of clearer and more expanded vision of yourself and your path, in order to step into alignment with that. And you are. Okay, so the last line here is the Six of Swords in reverse with that decision. The Page of Cups, which came out with this card, this rose. And then Justice in reverse. Why is this coming in as a test? So the choice is fully yours. And you know that. There's something that is difficult for you to drop here or to dissolve, and it has to do with your ego. It's like you might be perceiving something as an injustice still, and you could be having a difficult time shifting your headspace from seeing it that way in order to move on or forgive fully, which is what is required to fully move on. I like how a big chunk of Luna's hair just flew by. Love that for me. You do still have a choice to make. Or you will. Yeah. The Ace of Swords. The Ace of Swords with this extra card, which says, let your intuition guide you. You are what you've been looking for. I think there's one more piece, sensitive piece of the puzzle that wants to be uprooted, and it's coming from a very deep place within you, a place that you haven't visited. The Hermit in reverse here. Somewhere that you haven't traversed to within yourself yet. There's a truth that wants to come from that place. And it's like the purest expression of love towards yourself that's going to bring this up. And then when you offer that love to yourself, I feel like you'll be able to offer it to whatever this injustice is, and dissolve that energy and move forwards. But you will have a choice to make. And what is this choice? Tell me a little bit more about that decision. Because I'm getting that this is internal. I don't feel like it's something that's going to be coming up and presenting itself to you, although it might be. Something that kind of comes up that could pull you back on this path of, could pull you back into facing this old direction, or feeling like still obsessed with giving to or knowing what could have been, or staying connected to this path that is you're meant to shift off of. The Lovers. The King of Wands in reverse. That's you. This is really going to test you and your ability to love yourself. And Leos are, you're so generous and you're so full of love. And you give it, like I said, generously. You give it, and it just kind of, some people looking at you, it looks like you're the sun and the love is the light that just floods from you effortlessly. Like you are just this source of it that doesn't even have to try, that you just are full all the time, right? You have to have that for yourself. I think sometimes your source of pride internally comes from how much love you have given to other people and how generously you have given, and you should be proud of that. Of course you should. But there's something here where you're less comfortable in some area pouring the wholeness of that, because this isn't about anyone else. This is about you offering this to yourself in its entirety. And that doesn't mean you're going to stop loving everybody around you. If anything, it means that once you offer this to yourself in your full entirety, you'll have even more to effortlessly offer other people. But there's something about putting this work in to love yourself as passionately and fully and wholeheartedly as you have loved perhaps someone from your past or just other people in general. That is the most sensitive spot. And realizing that any perceived injustice has only stemmed from your inability to do that in the past, or your inability to see that you weren't. You might have not even seen that you weren't. Again, it's like how I was talking at the beginning of this all signs reading about how sometimes, you know, we have to pay karma for treating ourselves poorly as well. You know? You don't just get bad karma when you treat other people like shit. If you treat yourself poorly, if you don't offer the fullness of your love to yourself, there's karma for that as well. And it's so that we learn, because Spirit wants us to fully love ourselves. We are meant to fully embody love and give it, both give and receive it, right? And when that balance of giving and receiving is off, then this isn't fully sustainable. So that's what you're being called into, and it's really powerful. But yeah, the most sensitive part that you are taking accountability, it might have something to do with realizing that that things that couldn't love you the way you deserved in the past were a karmic reflection of, or a lesson that you were learning about how you were not fully loving yourself in the past. And that's something you're ready to break now, which is incredible. Imagine a Leo even more full of love and empowered than you already are. Like, is the world ready? Damn. I know we need it now more than ever. So be brave with this, because if there's anything worth being brave for, it's this. I can tell you that. I love you guys so much. All right, we're going to move on now to Virgo. All right. All right. Let's see what's happening. The thing that people don't realize as well is that, like, heart expansion is not just like this easy breezy beautiful thing, you know. It's the way that the heart expands is through being broken open. There is no other way that something can expand than by being broken open. And I think that that's where that energy is coming from, that bittersweet energy of holding the duality for you guys, Leo, because there's a part of you that is breaking. Your heart is breaking, but it's breaking for the sake of expanding. And the pain is letting more love in. The recognition of the places where you didn't honor yourself fully is letting more love in. All of this is letting more love in, even if it feels super difficult. But it's not lost on me that it does feel super difficult when that happens, because I've been going through a huge heart expansion of my own the last couple months, and it has been both the most beautiful and the most, like, challenging thing at the same time. Hi, Luna. You got something to say to Leo? You're just on time. Right on time. Come here. Luna is entering the scene. You didn't hear her meow. Hi. Come here. Here she is. Here she is. Luna. Hi. How's it going? She's like, I was hoping you would give me a treat. And now you're not. So I'm going to leave. And hope that you follow me. She's like meandering out, like looking over her shoulder, like, follow me and give me a treat. Bitch, I'm working. But yeah, I understand the, yeah, you can feel like you can be in two places at once though. And that's the thing, right? You can be both in a space of mourning something and feeling the bittersweetness and the heaviness of something while you're walking away, and also know that you're expanding into something that is beautiful and that will honor you and fulfill you more deeply. And those things, you know, it's like you're feeling joy and pain at once, and that is totally possible. Yeah. Even if it feels like those things are at conflict within you, they're really not. They're all part of you. They're just different parts of you being expressed simultaneously. You know what I mean? Okay. What's up for Virgo? I love that message. Let's see here. Let's tap into the energy of Virgo. You mentioned this quote before, break your heart till it opens, by Rumi. I love that. There's something in my eyeball. Oh, actually, maybe she needs water. Okay, let me go get her a treat / potentially turn the sink on / see what the heck is stuck in my eyeball. And I'll be back in a moment, guys. Luna, where are you? She's in her litter box, so I just offered treats outside the door. Okay. Let's move on to Virgo. And there was, in fact, something stuck in my eyeball, so much better now. Let's see. What does Virgo need to know this time? Uh-oh. What's that? two parts of you that are very much competing with one another right now, I feel like. Yeah. Thank you guys for being here and sharing your energy with me. I've missed you so much. You don't know how hard it was for my Mars in Capricorn to not like be with you for like 3 weeks. I was like, I'm dying. I don't have the energy, but I need to be doing something. And I was doing something. I was doing a lot of internal stuff. So hopefully now I come back to you better than ever, but it was not easy for me. Missed your cute asses. Okay, I need one more card. There we go. Okay. The 8 of Wands. Wow. Okay. Well, something's happening fast for you, I think. Okay. Your car broke down September 1st, sitting in your parking lot. I refuse to put more money into that hunk of junk. Aw. I hope you manifest some solid, stable transportation soon if you need it. Nothing is worse. Well, there are worse things, but having unreliable transportation is difficult for sure. Or being without it. Luna, what are you doing under the Christmas tree? I saw her go under it and I'm like, I trust you not even this much underneath that tree. Hey, I hear scratching. Leave my tree alone. All right. Whoa. 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 Okay. You're having some fucking truth bombs happening here. Okay. There's something happening for Virgos. Let's see what that something is. Oh, I need to blow my nose one second. Let me... turn the audio off so you don't have to listen to me blow my nose. All right, because I'm considerate of you. So, Virgo, my loves, what's going on for you? The owner got it and then went to jail. Oh my gosh. Okay. There's something about that I also feel like is part of this Virgo message. Getting something that you wished for or needed and then going to jail. There's something about like, come here, come say hi. Why are you being so lurky? At the center of your reading is the star in reverse, and so that's Aquarian energy, and the only other card from the major arcana that you have here is realization, which is the judgment card, which is Pluto, and Pluto just moved into Aquarius. So this is something that is directly related to whatever's going on with you. So you might want to notice or see where that's happening for you. That transit, this is also at the bottom of the deck, which is more Aquarian energy. Mars in Aquarius, rebellion. Okay, give me just a second to see where I want to start with this message, because there's a lot coming through. I still don't know where to start with this. Maybe that's also something that you're facing. You don't know where to start with something because it feels like you have a lot to deal with at this time, or someone that you are dealing with doesn't know where to start. I want to say cleaning up the mess. It's not even the mess that they made or the mess that you alone made, but there is something that's in a bit of a state of disarray and needs healing. And that's obvious with the star in reverse at the center of your reading. Okay. So let's start at the bottom of this deck because it was kind of telling me a story. So I feel like there has been a rapid shift or evolution in movement. This could have come through action or it could have just come through communication. I'm not really sure, but you have the 8 of Wands, the 4 of Cups, and the 3 of Swords at the bottom of the tarot deck. So something happened that created a very rapid shift. And I don't know if the situation before was already in a state of like grief and instability, but if it wasn't, then it is now. So the 4 of Cups and the 3 of Swords is like, I am not happy with the way that this is going. And this took a rapid shift. And there's heartbreak or there's pain there. The Magician in reverse, the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, the Knight of Pentacles, the Lovers in reverse. I feel like you thought that you were moving towards something that was not for you, or you believed you were moving towards something for the wrong reasons. But it has been shown to you that the only reason you thought that was either because you were not in alignment with yourself and what's really meant for you, or because you put yourself, there's something about like someone putting themselves out in the cold by not putting work or effort into something that they do genuinely feel super passionate about. Tell me about the star in reverse at the center of the reading. Let's just see what that's about. Let's start there. I feel like there's a lot to unpack here. There's something that you were rebelling from because you weren't seeing it clearly, or you were seeing it even maybe as the opposite of what it really is. So for instance, if there's like the lover's connection, you could have been seeing it as the devil. You could have been like completely and utterly convinced that something was toxic or not for you, or something was part of an old pattern maybe. But you're realizing that you were rebelling from something from a place of not being in your power, or not being calibrated or ordered in your own energy and your own life. That's what's coming through. But I feel like there's something that you were like convinced of here. Oh man. There could be something that you kind of feel like there's no hope in anymore, but you're realizing that a big part of that is because of the way that you treated it or didn't treat it. Or this could be someone that you're dealing with. Keep that in mind if it's reversed. But there's some sort of injustice that was done because you thought something was not what it really was. So you weren't open to it. You may not have been completely closed to it, but you weren't open to it. I don't know. There's something about that. You may have been on the fence because of this unhealed energy, the star in reverse, like non-committal to something. What's the star in reverse? The sun. Whatever this unhealed thing is, it is lit the fuck up. You see this with absolute clarity now. And up until very recently, I want to say, you did not see this clearly at all. And that's kind of odd for you. I mean, Mercury came out or the Magician, which is Mercury, came out in reverse, and that's your ruler. Normally you have this very ordered, refined kind of way of thinking and taking in and processing information and yourself and the world around you, that you're pretty clear. You're very intelligent people and you're pretty clear most of the time, but there's some blind spot here that was an area within yourself that was not healed, that the sun is shining directly on it now. Like there's no unseeing this. So either you're seeing it now or you've seen it recently, and there is like nowhere to hide from whatever this truth is. And it's not meant to be necessarily like something that makes you feel terrible or anything like that, but this is a truth that you see it, and there's no denying that you see it. There's no numbing it out. There's no like avoiding or escapism that would allow you to escape whatever this is. And that is on purpose for some sort of reason. It's because there's something that wants to be balanced out in your life in a very big way. There's this Sagittarian energy of temperance, and it wants to create an internal state of peace and harmony. So it's like you yourself are being recalibrated or reordered based on this new information that you have come to realize about something that was unhealed, and therefore creating this big blind spot in your life. And I feel like what is drawing attention to this is some sort of situation that, again, you acted a certain way because you were very sure that you saw the truth of something. And now you're seeing that you were wrong. You were wrong. That's basically just where the sentence ends. You didn't see the truth of whatever this is, and it's because of this blind spot. And not only did you not see the truth, but you were like very confident and like set and determined and stubborn in what you believed to be the truth. Whatever this false belief was, you were very, very like boldly sure of it. So I don't know exactly what transpired to shine the sun, the light on this, but there's some sort of huge wake-up call that's happening here. For some of you, this has to do with a family connection or a romantic connection. It could be a friendship too, someone that feels like family, I want to say, because there's the Four of Wands in reverse, the Knight of Cups in reverse, the Two of Cups in reverse. This is a soulmate of some sort, soul connection of some sort. And they have a part to play in showing you this part of yourself that is ultimately going to, well, you have the opportunity to create this harmony within yourself that wasn't previously there, because you're seeing something that was throwing that harmony off now. So with the Four of Wands and the Two of Cups there, both of those cards can talk about like a reflection or mirroring. So someone could have shown you something, like your relationship or interaction or engagement with someone could have shown you this thing. Okay, so at the beginning of the spread, we have the Nine of Wands, the Ace of Swords in reverse, and then the Knight of Wands. So this is the okay, so this is how they are on the table. So all of your energy is pointed towards this thing that was not true, right? The Ace of Swords in reverse, this blind spot or this blatant lie or deception or whatever it is. And the Nine of Wands and the Knight of Wands are two very like strong-willed energies. The Knight of Wands is like confident, like you can't tell me what to do, I'm gonna do what I want, but it's like they're doing it on the basis of this thing that's not true. And then the Nine of Wands is like, I am resilient, I'm gonna push forwards at all costs, I'll do whatever it takes to get to the finish line, but again, based on this belief in something that was not actually accurate. So I feel like there's some sort of very bold or confident action, maybe a string of confident actions that you took based on your belief in one thing. What's the Ace of Swords in reverse? The Four of Pentacles in reverse. Something wanted to take from you. Something did not have pure intentions. You might have believed that someone was invested in something for monetary or financial reasons. The Six of Cups. Like the past. This is something that you've experienced in the past. See how the Four of Pentacles in this deck is this piggy bank? It came out in reverse. The money falling out of the piggy bank. I think you were thinking that someone wanted to take something from you, or that they were in it for status maybe, or financial gain or financial security, or something about only what you can offer them in terms of finances or status. I'm not really sure, but that's what I'm getting from that. And it's because of something you experienced in the past, the Six of Cups. So it's almost like this energy of maybe someone took advantage of you in the past. Maybe you were in a relationship with someone that only wanted like what they could get from you. If you have, let's say you come from a wealthy family, or you have a really great paying job, or you have a lot of status, or maybe like some level of fame or recognition. I don't know exactly what this is, but it's saying that you were convinced that someone wanted something from you. It could even just be your energy, but I feel like it's more concrete than that. This is because of something in the past you had experienced that you hadn't worked through, healed, or released. I feel like that the past thing is what is connected to the star in reverse, the unhealed wound, and you're seeing it clearly now. So then you have the Page of Wands, the star in reverse, and then the Knight of Swords in reverse. Well, I don't feel like this Page of Wands is you. I feel like this Knight of Swords in reverse is you, and I feel like this Knight of Wands is also you. But I'm not getting your energy from this Page of Wands. I feel like that's someone else. And I feel like this is the energy that kind of shone the sun, because I'm getting sun energy from that Page of Wands. It's very like almost innocent, pure, childlike, life-giving, illuminating, maybe without even trying to be. It could be something that someone said or did that they weren't trying to like tell you about yourself. It could just be the way that they reacted to something, or something that they said that made you realize. But what's this Page of Wands? The King of Pentacles in reverse, the Hierophant in reverse, and the Two of Pentacles in reverse. The Eight of Pentacles and the Emperor in reverse. The truth is that someone wanted to invest in you, even it had nothing to do with status, that's for sure, because the Emperor in reverse. This person saw that you weren't where you wanted to be in some way, or that you weren't empowered, that you were still like a work in progress, which we all are. I feel like they saw that you were afraid, or that you had some sort of insecurities or doubts, and they still wanted to give and put effort into something, which doesn't make sense with the truth of like, if someone was only there to take from you, or because they wanted something and you were not in the position to give anything, then that doesn't make sense, right? Why someone would continue to put in effort. The King of Pentacles in reverse, the Hierophant in reverse, the Two of Pentacles in reverse. I feel like you have this belief that no one would truly choose to commit to you if you're in this state of instability. And it has something to do with physical stability or financial stability, with this Four of Pentacles in reverse coming up, and then the Hierophant, which is Taurus, and the King of Pentacles, like all these pentacles. There's something here. So if this isn't your reading, because it's kind of specific, then it might not be for you. But it's like you had decided that, I don't know. It's like you were seeing yourself this way, as maybe not having a lot to offer. I don't understand how you were simultaneously holding the belief, though, that someone was only in it for like some sort of physical gain, when you were also not seeing yourself as someone who had anything to offer or enough to offer. It's like you were conflicted. Why was Virgo seeing themselves as the King of Pentacles in reverse? The Ace of Pentacles. The Two of Wands, the Devil, the Lovers. What the hell? There's something about you didn't feel worthy of this opportunity, or you've been stuck at a crossroads for some time here. And it's felt very heavy and oppressive. then this opportunity came into you. And it's like you couldn't differentiate between the devil and the lovers. That's kind of what I'm getting. You didn't trust this opportunity, or in some way, even though you were at a crossroads and you had a choice, a part of you felt shackled to one specific path. See how there's like this chain to this one path? But the Two of Wands is about being at a crossroads and having a choice to make. There's something about this devil energy, though, that made you feel like you didn't have a choice, like you were shackled to one path, and that this opportunity couldn't be right for you or couldn't be trusted because it would call you down another path. That's what that feels like. So it was more like you weren't trusting yourself. There's some sort of heavy, oppressive energy that's been around you or that you have felt like shackled to. And I think it's just because something hasn't healed or hadn't healed that you'd experienced in the past. So because all this heavy, dark energy was around you, you didn't really trust this like light, pure, innocent sort of thing. You convinced yourself that it was part of this other cycle that you've been tied to. That's what I feel like. Knight of Swords in reverse with power, which is Moon and Scorpio in reverse. So when offered this energy of the Page of Wands, it feels like there was some sort of disempowered move that was made. So it was like either an action made, again, by someone who didn't really have the answers but thought that they did, and they were coming from a disempowered place. So you maybe thought that this was your energy, right? That you were armed with the truth, that you were making an empowered choice. I feel like this is something you didn't see until after the choice was made. That's when the illumination came through to you. It's like in hindsight or something like that. It's very interesting. I'm getting that what illuminated this truth, though, was like, I keep on seeing something being offered to you from like this unmistakable place of purity. There's a purity to the intention and to the offering that was given to you. And it was given to you when you didn't feel worthy of it. Again, it's the way that you were looking at yourself that skewed your vision of whatever this thing that was trying to give itself to you or offer you an opportunity or something. You didn't see it clearly because you weren't looking at yourself clearly. But there's something about the innocence or the purity of this energy. It could have been a child that you were dealing with that illuminated this to you. It doesn't have to be, but there's 2 pages there. There's something about like the innocence and purity of it, though, that shone the light of the sun. Because this is like source energy. It's very pure energy that brings truth. And not through trying to force or justify or convince, just through the way that it functions. It's like it carries light, and so it illuminates as it, whatever it engages with almost. So then you have Judgment, which is realization in this deck, the King of Cups in reverse, and the Four of Swords. Okay. There's something here, though, about like, so the Four of Swords is clarified by this oracle card. It came out in reverse, but it says rejection, release, progress, freedom, and misunderstood. There's something about you having this realization. Something's been revealed to you in a really powerful, unavoidable way. Again, that's like Plutonian energy, so not subtle. And now, again, it's like it is in your head. With the Four of Swords, it's like it's something that is, you have peace of mind about it. So again, it's like a truth that has landed in your mind, or it could have been a download that you had or something like that. Something that you now understand so fully that resonates to the core as truth to such a degree that you can't unsee it or unknow it again. And it has something to do with something was never rejecting you. It was never trying to take from you. It was never misunderstanding you. It was you misunderstanding yourself because of this wound and the lies or the illusions that were built around the wound. That's what I see. You're understanding you've been understood and you've been making progress. Yeah. Is there anything else that Virgo needs to know? But there's something you hadn't released that was also impeding you from moving forward. So whatever happened, it needed to happen so that you could see this block, this blind spot. The Three of Pentacles came out. It's like you're not sure if you can build something. Now that you have this knowledge, you're not sure what step to take next, because this fell out like this. You don't really know how to bring yourself in from out of the cold. In whatever situation this is, the World and the Two of Swords in reverse, they're saying that all you need to do to succeed is just make the choice to close this cycle out. Affirm with yourself that this cycle has no power over you anymore, that you don't really need to do anything because you see what was not seen before. Sometimes all that's needed to heal something, or at least to start that process, is just bringing consciousness to the truth, right? Illuminating the truth. But you have to know and be certain within yourself that this cycle has closed out. This was something karmic. It's a lesson that you really needed to learn to be brought into the fullness of your power. But yeah, what they're saying is that what you really just need to do is know with certainty that this cycle is closed. The cycle of the past is closed. Whatever this is in your present is not part of that. It came to help you close out this past cycle. It came to shine light on the woundedness within you so that you could release whatever this is and be free of it. It's pretty powerful. Because whatever this is, it's releasing you from the devil. Well, really, you're releasing yourself from the devil with whatever you do with this truth. I mean, whatever you do with the current situation, you are released from this cycle now that you see the truth. And I think it's just up to you what you want to do to build from here. Wow, that's amazing. All right, that's what I have for you, Virgo. We're going to move on to Libra. There is something with potential, though, that's in your present. All right. Let's see what's going on for Libra. Libra. that are happening tonight. See what's going on for Libra. Where are my Venusian beauties? Where you at? Where you at? You have Pluto in the 2nd. Your life is always rapidly shifting. I have Pluto in the 12th. Pray for me. Pray for me. And conjunct my ascendant. Oh yeah. Pray for me daily, if possible. God knows I need it. In Scorpio, both in Scorpio, my rising and my Pluto to boot. God. All right, Libra. What does Libra need to know? This is too many cards. What the heck? This is too many cards. Let me just get 3 more instead of 6 more. Justice is at the bottom of the deck. Wow. All right. Let's see here. What's going on with this energy? Whoa. card. Wow. Okay. What's going on here? Libra. Okay. Hi, Libra. Let's see what's going on here. So I feel like there's definitely something that's trying to close out because you have 2 10s and the World. So you have the 10 of Pentacles in reverse, the 10 of Wands, and the Lovers at the front, or at the beginning of your spread here, at the top of your spread. Okay. The 10 of Pentacles in reverse, the 10 of Wands, and the Lovers. And also you are at the bottom of the deck, Justice here. So I feel like to start, Spirit wants you to know that you are balanced, you are in your power, and the Hermit's underneath that. You have the knowledge, you've mastered your inner self enough, you have the empowerment and the knowledge to know what is needed at this time. To know the truth of something is what I heard. Okay, what's the 10 of Pentacles in reverse? The 3 of Cups. Okay. This is a specific message, so don't take it if it's not for you, okay? But for some of you, there's something that you're giving to, and I feel like it's a connection. Tell me more about that 3 of Cups. Nature, the seed of life in reverse. There's something that doesn't feel natural. There's something that doesn't feel life-giving. And I feel like you have this temptation to leap out into it. It's like you have a choice right now, I feel like. And the 2 directions are like very different. There's a lot on the line. There's something that you've been giving to a lot, and I feel like it is not it's not adding to your life. It's not making you more confident in yourself. It's not something that supports your love of self. It's something that drains your energy. It feels like a struggle. It feels like a burden. It doesn't feel natural, and there's not a natural flow to it, is what this feels like. But it's something that you've been giving to, especially emotionally, is what I see. So I don't know if that's just if that's a relationship or if it's something else. But that's clarifying the 10 of Pentacles in reverse. So it's like whatever this is, it has been adding a burden to you, and it's actually been holding you back from some sort of abundance and expansion in your life that has physical implications. So if you feel like blessings and things in your life have been stagnant, I think that it has something to do with your tie to whatever this is. And then we have the Lovers, which is interesting. So this could be someone that you're in a love connection with, or that you feel tied to. Let's clarify that Lovers card. The King of Cups in reverse. with the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. You've been fearlessly and patiently giving to something that is not with the King of Cups in reverse. It's it's either emotionally unstable, volatile, manipulative, or completely emotionally disconnected, something that just takes or drains you. Why is the Lovers in the upright? This could just be someone that that you could have potentially had this Lovers connection with, but they are not choosing it. And that can mess us up sometimes in our minds, right? Because it's we feel the potential, or we feel the innate connection we have with someone, but we have to remember that the Lovers is ultimately a choice. It's an alchemical coming together, and both energies have to be willing to be involved because we all have free will. The King of Cups in reverse, I feel is not actually a willing participant, and they might have still been involved, but they might have been involved but not invested. I don't know if that makes sense, but whatever their inclusion was, it's been taking more from you than it's been giving to you. But you've been patiently pouring into this a lot of your time and energy, I feel and it's been taking from you. So you'll know what this is because it has not been something that feels like it gives to you. If anything, this might be someone who's deceived, betrayed, manipulated you in some sort of way, or something that when you think about it, you don't have a good feeling about this, whatever it is. I'm feeling pressure here as well. So it could be something that caused you a lot of tension, or maybe it caused a block in your third eye. Okay. Then you have the Hanged Man, the Ace of Cups in reverse, which is clarified by this Sun in Leo Fortune card in reverse, and then the World. So you have the Ten of Pentacles in reverse and this Fortune card in reverse. There's something that wants to come through to you that is a huge amount of abundance or blessings or something like that. But it's being blocked by your persistent connection to something else that is not part of it's not meant to be part of your path forwards, I feel It's things have been suspended with this Hanged Man energy. And something is definitely meant to close out with the World. There's this cycle. It could be a cycle of you deceiving yourself, specifically in the realm of love or romantic connections. It could be you not being balanced within them, so not being fully in your power. Because I feel you're overgiving to something here that's just taking. There's not this diplomatic, balanced energy exchange. But it's you don't see the extent of what something is taking from you. You don't see what it's taking from you. You're meant to release some sort of, there's some sort of karmic release here. So this could be a pattern of karmic relationships that you've gone through, that pattern, that cycle wants to close out now because you're meant to learn your lesson, but you have to see the higher perspective here about something, I feel in order to transform. Because we've got the Lovers, then underneath that is the World, and then underneath that is the Seven of Swords, the Thief and the Knight. So it's see, it's deception surrounding love that wants to be closed out in some sort of way. This could be something that's still unfolding for you, though, because the last card is the Seven of Swords. That's like the note that the reading is left on. And this does feel like a warning. Because again, with this 10 of Pentacles in reverse and Fortune, I feel like there's something kind of big that wants to come through for you, and it's karmic, it's justice, but it's almost as long as you're holding on to something that is not aligned with this justice, you're kind of, your hands aren't free to take the blessings that are trying to come into you or something like that. And clarifying this Seven of Swords is this Oracle card, which says wealth, willingness, togetherness, creativity, and transformation. So there's some sort of illusion covering up the fact that what's really being stolen from you here, the thief in the night, right, is a large level of wealth, creativity, transformation that is available to you at this time. And with willingness and togetherness in reverse, I feel like, again, it's someone or something that is not available. It's like it's not open or willing to be with you where you're at. Is there anything else about that Seven of Swords? The Knight of Wands in reverse, the kind-hearted moose. I feel like this is someone that is honestly not even... I don't want to say a good person, but they're not a kind person at the core of them, at their heart. At least they haven't been treating you kindly. This is someone that is really, they haven't given much of anything to you. The King of Cups in reverse, togetherness, willingness in reverse, the Knight of Wands in reverse. This could be someone that is scattering their energy a lot of places, if you catch my drift. Or the Knight of Wands is just someone that's very, they're not committed. They're not consistent. They're not, I don't know. But the fact that it's called the kind-hearted moose in this deck is definitely a message. It's like there's someone that is not acting out of the kindness of their heart, or they're not acting with consideration for you, and they're actually taking from you. And I don't even know if they know the extent that they're taking from you, but I know for sure you don't know the extent that they're taking from you. Okay, so at the core of the reading is the Ace of Cups in reverse with this Leo Fortune in reverse energy. I want to know more about that. What's that? What's the Ace of Cups in reverse? The Three of Pentacles in reverse, the King of Swords in reverse, and the Tower. The Five of Pentacles, Hardship Mountain. What? There's something that is very much, you're experiencing like hardship, scarcity, and lack and loss because of something here. And I feel like it's because you're pouring into something, you're pouring love into something that is like a bottomless cup, or someone that is not, the King of Swords in reverse and the Three of Pentacles in reverse. This is someone who maybe has manipulated you, gaslit you, lied to you. The King of Swords in reverse is not the best. But it's also you not seeing the truth about something that's not meant to be built or come together is potentially creating a tower moment. And it's creating loss in your life or a lack of fortune in your life. So I don't know exactly what that is about or who that is about. But I feel like you keep on trying to see past the fallout of this and see the best in someone and see this higher perspective, or love someone maybe from like this transcendent place where you're like very forgiving and very patient. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be that to people, but I feel like you're giving it to someone who is not kind-hearted, not giving you anything in response, not even emotionally connected or open. Someone who is essentially taking advantage of you and causing huge blockages in your life. So this reading might not be for everyone, but this is what's coming through, and it's very clear that this could create a tower in your life, a tower moment in your life. There's some sort of massive shift, and it was meant to show you that something is not in a natural alignment with you. Something does not have concern for you. It doesn't consider you. It's not open and receptive to love, to abundance. And therefore, you being connected to it, it's kind of like guilty by association. Not guilty, but like you are taking in so much of their energy or giving so much of your energy and attention to them that you are no longer in alignment with your own like love and fortune, if that makes sense. It's kind of like this analogy where my mom used to always say this to me when I was a kid, and I would be hanging out with people that she thought was like a bad, like they were having a bad, what am I trying to say, influence on me. She would be like, you can be standing up on something and try to pull someone up, but it's more likely you're going to get pulled down. And I don't know if I fully agree with that analogy, like always. I never did back then. I was like, whatever. But the point of it is that sometimes it's easier to be pulled out of alignment than it is to pull someone into an ascended place. You could be hoping that your good energy is going to wear off on somebody, or that they're going to be enlightened, or that you can pull them into a path of fortune and abundance. But if this person is out of alignment with that, out of alignment with themselves, in a space of scarcity and lack and not willing to change, then the likelihood of that happening is very slight. And that's kind of what I'm feeling from this. So the last line is, there's this extra card in the deck, which is like the shadow dream catcher, and it came out in reverse with the Page of Cups. So the Page of Cups and the shadow dream catcher in reverse, then the 9 of Cups in reverse, and then that 7 of Swords. It's almost like you're hoping that your love can transmute someone else's shadow. You're hoping that the purity of your heart is enough to catch someone's shadow, or to transmute some sort of shadowy, heavy energy in a certain situation. But I feel like what it's really doing is just creating this huge burden that is draining all of this love. And you're not fulfilled, or it's not fulfilling you, but it's also not creating the ability for abundance to come into your life right now. What's this 9 of Cups in reverse? Strength in reverse, and the 2 of Wands in reverse, the High Priestess in reverse. They're saying there's no future with something. Something's not moving. And it's a truth that you might know deep internally, but you're not really admitting to yourself because there's some sort of emotional connection you have to this. Someone has chosen the path of It's like if it takes strength and being your most empowered self to be in the lover's connection, then someone's chosen the path of weakness. They've chosen to not be their most empowered self. They've chosen not to be in that strong spot. They've chosen not to be this content, happy person, essentially. They're living in this energy where they're happy with the lies that they're telling themselves and others. They're happy in the heaviness that they have around them, and they're not willing to come together with someone to transform out of that. And when someone has decided or chosen that, there's not really any, like, love is very powerful, but there isn't any way that you can transform this person's shadow for them, or that you can transform their karma or put them on a better path. They have to choose it themselves. This reading is making me kind of sad. Nothing makes me more sad than when people choose that path for themselves, because it's like, you could have so much more, but people that are in that energy, they don't even see what's right in front of them, you know? The King of Cups in reverse will not even register the Lovers for what it truly is. And it has nothing to do with you. And everything to do with where they are at. The Magician in reverse, the Alchemical Master, and Death in reverse, the Metamorphic Moth. This is someone that is not manifesting transformation. They're not being even honest with themselves. They're very much not in their power. And I feel like there are consequences if you leap into something that you're not meant to invest further in. This is something, again, that was kind of karmic. It was meant to show you something. It was maybe even meant to align you more with your own self-worth, maybe by seeing this, even though it's hard to see. There is some sort of transformation and alignment that is meant to come out of this for you, but I don't feel like this person or this situation is meant to come forwards with you. And there's a sense of urgency for you to sort of recognize if something is burdening you, taking your energy, separating you from yourself, pulling you away from what is meant for you at this time. It's almost like you're stagnating your own transformation and leap into abundance, hoping that this person will choose to come with you or choose to evolve as well. And I think that they've chosen not to. This person could have strong Scorpio, Gemini, Leo, Pisces in their chart. They don't have to, but that's what I see. So, yeah. There are really beautiful things, though, that are trying to come through for you, that I'm seeing that. So just be aware, be very tuned into yourself and your own energy. And I want to say be in your body as well. So like notice when you're around someone, when you're around anyone, this is a good activity to kind of do to strengthen your own discernment. Feel how you feel in your own body when you are around certain people or in certain situations or even places. Because your body will tell you, like every part of you will give you, it will tell you, will try to warn you. If you're in a situation where someone is taking from you or you're not in alignment, you might feel anxiety, you might feel drained energetically, all of these types of things, right? So watch out for those sorts of signals that you are trying to give to yourself, and then don't be afraid to listen to them is what I want to say, okay? What's up, Mystic? I'm glad that it resonated for you. But yeah, that's what I am feeling. All right, my loves? That's a little bit heavy, but it's something that is not meant to bring you down and something that you can disconnect yourself from gracefully at any point in time. You don't have to not care, right? You can just understand from a higher perspective that something is not in alignment or something is not for you, at least not at this time, right? It could be that there's an opportunity too that's coming in for you right now that you need to align with and take. And who knows, maybe this person down the line will evolve and come into alignment with you. I don't know, but things that are aligned naturally come together. So I wouldn't wait for this person. I wouldn't have expectation or anticipation. I would completely put them in your rear view and then break off the rear view mirror and just move forwards into this abundance, knowing that what will meet you in that abundance will meet you in that abundance, and it will happen naturally, okay? It won't be something you have to force. It won't be something you have to convince. It won't be something that exhausts and drains you and takes from you and gives nothing of any substance back. So that's how you'll know. Okay. I love you. All right. We're moving on to Scorpio now. Scorpio gang gang. Where are you at? Where's my Scorpio gang? Let's see what's going on. Wow. The heck? The devil just tried to fall out. Come on. Come on, spirit. Give it a good shovel. All right. What does Scorpio need to know at this time? What does Scorpio need to know? My hair is so staticky because it's so cold here. Scorpio. What does Scorpio need to know? Just give me 1 second to ground the energy because that was kind of a heavy reading. Okay. What does Scorpio need to know? Okay, well. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Let's get some oracle cards. What's going on for Scorpio? Okay. More. All right. Anything else about this? Okay. All right. Let's see. What's going on here? You can't stay up for the aqua version. That's okay. You can catch it tomorrow. All right. What is good, Scorpio? How's it going? So, let's see what's going on here for you. Okay. So, this is interesting. Okay. First of all, at the center of your reading right now is the Queen of Cups, which I love. What is not to love about the Queen of Cups, right? This is unconditional love. So I feel like at the core of whatever might be going on in your life right now, you are aligned with this energy of unconditional love. And it is first and foremost for yourself. You might be being forced to offer yourself more unconditional love right now because something has fallen apart or because you've realized that something is not in alignment right now. And that could have been something within yourself that you realized was not fully integrated, or it could be like a connection that you were in, that you were holding on to that just wasn't coming together. Okay. I do feel like you're trying to sort something out internally though, but you keep running into, there are two parts of you here that are kind of coming up against each other, and you're kind of head fucking yourself in a way that only someone as intelligent as a Scorpio could head fuck themselves. I mean that as the highest form of compliment, but also I'm going to call your ass out, okay? Because I have to. So the first line is the Five of Swords, clarified by this Moon in Pisces empathy card. And then there's the Hermit, which is Virgo energy, and the Queen of Wands. Okay. So you have this wisdom, you have this insight into yourself, you have the capacity, willingness to go on that deep solo journey into yourself to find the truth of something. And I feel like that is what you're doing. The thing is, surrounding the Hermit, right, is the Five of Swords and the Queen of Wands, which are two very different energies. This is an energy where we are lying to ourselves. And this is an energy where we know with certainty who we are, and we are confident. And yeah, they're quite opposite energies. And the difference too is this is an energy of being in your head, And this is an energy of knowing from your essence, from your soul, from your spirit, right? Part of what is, I think there's something that you've been investing love into and energy into, because this is the center line of your reading, the Seven of Pentacles, the Queen of Cups, and the Ace of Wands. There's something you've been passionate about and you've been investing into. And I feel like your passion for this thing is waning because the Queen of Cups is focused away from this Ace of Wands. Oh, I'm sorry, Dee. I'm sending you so much love and healing energy. You'll get through it. You're strong. But you are focused now on the practical investment, which I think is super positive, because one of the ways that you've been screwing yourself over or getting very in your head is like, it has to do with empathy. Your very empathetic, emotionally loyal part of you, which is an incredibly deep, incredibly powerful, and fundamental part of who you are as a Scorpio. So there's this huge part of you. And I think that you've almost been in this position where you feel like you have to choose now on your path your own confidence and moving forwards towards something that inspires you and gives you hope, or continuing to be hung up and confused about something that has got you very in your head. And I think when you look at it from an emotionally removed place, or when you kind of step back, not emotionally removed, but zoom out and realize that your emotional body is just one of your bodies that you are in sovereignty over, right? Just like your mind doesn't control you, your feelings don't control you. They're part of who you are. But when you look at this investment from a practical place, something shifts where you see that something, I feel like, is not aligned. And you have the Queen of Cups on the top line, and then you have the King of Cups in reverse with the Two of Cups in reverse on the bottom line. It's interesting because we also have the Page of Wands in the upright as the last card. So you have the Queen, King, and Page of Wands here. The whole family. There's definitely something here that you have a very strong magnetic pull or attraction to, with the Ace of Wands as well in between the Queen and King of Wands. It's like there's sparks fly here or something. There's some sort of big attraction. But with the Queen of Cups looking away from the Ace of Wands, it's like you're at this place now where you're like, that's not enough. I need to look at the practical, like where my energy is going. I need to go to this deep place within me and make sure that my energy is going somewhere, like that I am confidently and with self-love pointing my energy in a direction that is benefiting me. And I think what you are getting hung up on is this empathy piece. It's like you're almost afraid that if you stop giving to something, then you're not a loving and empathetic person. There's something about this where it feels like that's what you keep getting hung up on. Even though you might see something quite clearly, it's this that keeps getting you stuck, where you feel like severing from something is not like the loving or empathetic thing to do. For who, though? For who? Are you being loving and empathetic towards yourself by holding on to something? Is that thing being loving and empathetic back to you? What do I want to clarify here? Tell me about the Seven of Pentacles, this investment that you are looking at right now. What's that? The Seven of Swords in reverse and the Four of Wands in reverse. Okay, the Three of Wands in reverse, the Ten of Swords, and Death at the bottom of the deck. Well, We do love to learn through pain, don't we, as Scorpios? The blinders are off. You do see something very clearly. And the thing is, you can see something very clearly and still see it through eyes of love. That's possible. You're able to do that. Again, you can hold both at once. But there's something that was revealed to you, or an illusion that's been broken, and something that you've been giving to and pouring into does not bring you joy. What's up, baby? How are you, Moran? I feel like this was maybe a rather intense realization. Someone could have really deceived or betrayed you or done you dirty. It's like something you had been giving to and nurturing, and when you looked into your future, you saw this thing on the horizon, you saw hope and color, and then all of a sudden everything just goes dark and you've got 10 swords in you. And the thing is, I feel like someone killed something here in quite a vicious or cruel way, like an unnecessarily cruel sort of way. But with death there, yes, there is an ending or a closure, but it's not the end for you. It's actually causing some sort of, or it's meant to be the catalyst to some sort of massive transformation or transmutation of energy for you. This is actually meant to empower you. You're not meant to stay seeing it from this perspective, like what was taken from you or what was done to you. You're meant to see it from this empowered place where it's very clear to you that this was not bringing you joy. And if you're honest with yourself, I feel like you're not even that passionate about it anymore, because you're looking away from this Ace of Wands. It's like you don't really feel the desire that you used to have for this. If you actually look at it clearly in light of what has been revealed, and I think it has to do with this King of Wands here in reverse, it's not something that is desirous. It's not something that pulls you in or looks pretty or offers anything other than pain, deception, fuckery, and bullshit. You know what I mean? Honestly. But you're not meant to focus on the pain of the truth. You're meant to be liberated by the truth and then use that truth to call your energy back, to transform, to transmute, to love yourself more deeply, and to become more empowered. That's what I feel like. But it is going to require some adaptability. It's going to require some flexibility and sort of like pointing your hope and your energy and your confidence in another direction, a direction where you're fighting for something for yourself, for your own sake. And I know that for fixed water, right, emotional loyalty, that can be the hardest part to like shift, can be your feelings around something. So whether it's the fact that you still feel like you have love or hope for something that you need to kind of transmute, or whether you feel like you can't transmute the pain of the deception and betrayal or what you weren't seeing before, whatever it is that you are emotionally kind of stuck to, I feel like it's the love though, because here it's showing me, right, you're conflicted about revoking love and empathy towards this person. And I think that the answer to that is that you don't have to. You don't have to revoke. You don't have to sever your feelings off, say that they're not there when they are. Stop showing someone empathy, but I think you need to start showing it to them in a different way, and a way that doesn't harm you. For instance, you can still hope the best for someone, but not give them your heart in a romantic way anymore, you can still empathize with where they're at on their journey while understanding that they don't align with your journey. You know what I mean? And that is true unconditional love. Because that is choosing to love someone where they're at on their path with maybe they are not even loving themselves or loving you. That takes true strength. And that kind of love does create like a transmutation and a transformation so big that it can create like miracles. Like that is serious shit. Tell me about this King of Wands in reverse. There's someone though that's very in their ego. They don't see what is in front of them. Like they're literally blind to, oh man, I feel like this person is gonna get, they're just headed down a direction where they're going to face some difficulty and they're going to face struggle, and they're gonna get what they're putting out. They're going to get karma, as all of us do. But the direction this person is confidently moving in, from a space of insecurity, need to control and dominate, it's like frail masculine energy. And that can be in a woman or a man. But it's this, I don't know who I am, so I'm going to project onto everyone else around me my own insecurities, my own bullshit. I'm not going to treat myself well or anyone else around me. It's a very disempowered energy, but confident in its disempowerment, you know? So they're looking at you, and you are the Empress in the Wheel of Fortune, but they're seeing this, right? This could be someone that put you in a third-party situation or just wanted to keep their options open, again, because they don't, and then there's justice. They're not, and the moon, see, like they literally are blind to what is actually true, just, balanced, and fair in their own life, because, I mean, they don't see themselves clearly, so they don't see anything around them clearly, because again, they're just projecting their own skewed vision onto everything around them. Because anyone in their right mind offered this would obviously not turn it down, right? The Empress and the Wheel of Fortune is literally everything in the world that you could ever hope for that would bring you love, nurturing, patience, abundance, prosperity, expansion, literally anything that you could ever wish for. But this person is not registering it. They don't even see it for what it really is, right? And the thing is, like, they are kind of driving into a nightmare, because the moon talks about having to face your deepest fears and insecurities. That is the karma that they're choosing for themselves, but that's their choice to make, right? Like, so the last card of the spread is the Page of Wands. And it's clarified by these cards. So there's this Moon and Gemini adaptability energy with this card, which is like everyone running in one direction and this woman dancing wildly in the other direction with the Page of Wands. So I want to clarify that a little bit more to close and see. There could, I need to clarify this before I say anything else, but Okay. For some of you, but not all of you, and this is very important that you use your discernment, okay? Because I'm almost hesitant to even say this, but I gotta trust that it's coming through for a reason, that some people do need to hear this, and that you are wise enough and that you will love yourself enough to use this information in a positive way, okay? So the last line of the spread is the King of Wands in reverse, the Two of Cups in reverse, and then the Page of Wands, with this energy of breaking away from the status quo, dancing wildly in a new direction, and being adaptable, right? So changing. And then the Page of Wands is about hope infused into something, or like good news. So what I was initially seeing is that for some of you, and not for all of you again, so you're going to need to really align with yourself so that you can be very clear on if something is pulling you out of alignment with yourself or doesn't truly make you feel. If it doesn't add to your self-confidence and your self-love, it's not for you. No exceptions, okay? Okay? But for some of you, this could be a wake-up call. This person, they lose you. And I don't know if this is I don't think this is going to be immediate. I feel like it might be immediate. There's something about, because the thing is, there is a connection, potentially. You are aligned. And there is this pure love and a lot of like pure energy that I see that at least you've poured into this. The Two of Cups, there's all this potential, but it's like it hasn't actually culminated into anything promising because there's been this confusion and someone's head is really far up their ass, to put it bluntly. That they have not registered what something actually is, because they're just like, they're so in their ego that they can't see beyond their ego. For some of you, the loss of this love will jolt them into, what will it jolt them into potentially? For those that will change. It's like there's an action or communication or something that they're about to take. The Magician in reverse, that's not aligned with them. I feel like they're on the edge of giving to something and putting a bunch of hard work into something that a part of them knows is not. This could be another person. This could be someone from their past that's caused them grief that they've already walked away from or that they need to walk away from. It could be something karmic that they feel drawn back towards. But they're drawn towards something disempowering because they are in a space of disempowerment. Losing you could stop them from manifesting whatever this action is, or stop them from taking this action. I don't know how, but it could shift them in some way. There's something that they're about to manifest that is like going to be incredibly unfulfilling for them, but it's part of an old karmic cycle is what I'm seeing. Okay, so what's Scorpio's advice at this time? But you shouldn't wait on that. You shouldn't anticipate that. You shouldn't expect that. If anything is going to jolt them out of this, then it's like you being at peace with letting them go. You not being committed to this anymore and not putting any energy or effort or anything towards it. Because it's almost like energetically they will feel that disconnect. But you can't fake energy. So I cannot stress this enough. Whether this person is meant to shift and come into alignment with you or whether they're not, the advice is still the same. It's really important that you completely cut yourself off energetically from this right now. Because it's hurting you, it's misaligned, it's disempowered, and it's headed, as the energy is right now, in a bad direction. Not a bad direction, but a direction that is going to be heavy and difficult and painful for them. And they'll learn what they need to learn from that if they choose to go back into that cycle. But they still have free will and the chance to not manifest that, to not make that move. But you cannot choose that for them. However, the energy shift from you fully disconnecting and giving nothing more to this could impact the energy overall in some way. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. But either way, it's incredibly important that you do that. That you don't be afraid about... Again, you can still offer this person empathy and love, but from a distance, while still having self-respect, while still honoring yourself, and while still loving yourself unconditionally first and foremost. That's very important, okay? And if anything's going to bring hope into the situation, whether just for you or for the both of you eventually, it's you doing something totally different from the status quo that you've been doing. So if you've just been wearing your suit and tie, going to work every day, like loving this person, going to work in the same direction, the same approach, you have to do something, or you're being called either way, again, whether this person's for you or not, you're being called to move like in a drastically different direction, and move in a drastically different direction confidently. Okay? Okay. I love you. I love you so much. I hope you feel it always. But yeah, that's what I've got for you, Scorpio. Okay. Yeah. It's almost like the script or the things could be flipped, because it's like, I feel like right now you're the one that is in your head that's kind of like, you're questioning a decision that you need to know and make with confidence. So you're kind of giving to this energy of confusion and within yourself, while this other person has this energy of being like sure of the choice that they're making. And it's almost like when you flip that energy and you come into a complete peace in your own mind, right? This person feels that shift and they are shifted into a headspace where they don't have that peace of mind anymore. And it causes them to, I don't know, it might cause some of them to question the action they're taking, or at least, I'm not really sure exactly. That was a very interesting message. But yeah, I definitely feel that. It's like intuitively they will be put into a state of conflict where you continuing to show up and give to them the way that you have been so far is not creating a shift. It's what they expect. It's what they've already decided, right? They've already decided that something is a certain way, that you are a certain way, that this is a certain way, that they are a certain way. Whatever it is, they're not seeing clearly. They're disempowered. It's almost like you have to bring an energy of empowerment to the situation. And if you are connected, if this is like a soul tie or a very strong connection with this person, that, if anything, they'll feel that shift in energy. It's still up to them what they're going to do with that, though. Okay? But I love you so much. Remember that you deserve that love. You're welcome. I love you too. Aw. You're welcome. Guys, These messages come from a place within me because I've been there. I understand. Trust me, I understand more than you know. More than you know, babes. All right, we're moving on to Sag. Sagittarius. Sagittarius. What's up? What up, gangsters? How you doing? Let's see. I hope you all had an amazing birthday season. Got into the appropriate amount of shenanigans, which I'm certain you did, because you never pass up the opportunity for shenanigans, and I love that about you. Let's see. Oh. It's so interesting. This is a lesson that I have been learning very much myself, like in real time, like now, and the last couple of months and weeks and stuff, is that it's interesting. Sometimes we think pouring love into something outside of us is going to be the defining factor that shifts something. But really, the most powerful force is unconditional love for self, because that is what shows other people who might not be in that state themselves, where they believe that they are worthy of that as well. It's like showing them by example that they can also, that it's not selfish to love themselves that way, that it's not selfish to believe or to remember that they are innately valuable, that they are worthy of also loving themselves that way. It's like when you step into an energy of empowerment and sovereignty over your energy, that is fucking powerful. It has an energetic ripple effect that we don't even know. It triggers other people, right? And it's either going to trigger them one of two ways, because again, we always have free will. It's going to trigger them either to slip further out of alignment with themselves and further into a disempowered place, or it's going to trigger them to fucking step up and understand that, hey, if they can do it, I can do it. No matter what space I'm in now, I can be better to myself, for others, for the world around me. And that is so fucking powerful. It's like that quote by, I think it's by MLK, where he's like, dimming your shine does not do anyone any fucking good. What does the best, even though some people might react poorly to it, is like shining with the full intensity of all of your glory, all that you are, all that you have within you and are here to express, to take up that space. Because by doing that, you are almost giving people unspoken permission around you to do the same. And that's really, really, that's the most beautiful gift that you can give someone else, really. To be themselves, to take up all that space, to shine, to be in their glory, from whatever space they're in. Again, it doesn't mean that they have to be in like at the height of their potential. No, you are innately worthy and valuable no matter what state, what form you're in, where along your path you are, whether you feel like a fuck up, whether you feel insecure, whether you feel like the world has done nothing but shit on you, or you've done nothing but shit on other people. It's never too late to shift and to change for yourself. And all it takes is that one choice in that moment to do better. It's like every saint has a past and every sinner has a future, right? It's whatever you choose. So that's what I have to say about that. D. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That means so much to me. Okay. Let's see what Sagittarius needs to hear right now. I love reading for you guys, like, so much, because you have no idea how much I need to hear the messages that come through also, These messages are just as much for me as they are for you, and having your community and your support and energy as well in my life is just a gift that never stops giving. Honestly, I'm really grateful for you. So I hope that you know that as well. Okay. What does Sag need to know? Okay. Let's see. Whoa. Wow. Okay, what's this? Let's get some oracle cards. Sorry, that was my Rottweiler howling outside. Okay. This is interesting. Excuse me. I still am a little bit, sick. I should probably take some more cold meds, actually. I'm gonna go grab some before I get into this reading, actually. Oh my gosh. Where does this come in? Let me see here. Are these also for Sag? Do they go here? Okay. This goes here. Okay. Interesting. Let me go grab those cold meds real quick here, because it will help me with, the sinus thing that's happening right now, because I'm kind of getting a headache, and I feel like it's because my sinuses are getting all congested again. I'll be back in 1 second, though. had to turn on the sink for Luna to drink some water, so I will need to go at some point and turn that off. Does the nighttime one have stuff that makes you tired in it? Because if it does, probably not good for me to take that right now. I don't think it does. This is so disgusting. Maybe I'll just take a daytime one just in case. Or does the daytime one have caffeine in it? Because I don't want that either. I'm gonna just YOLO, guys. I'm taking a nighttime one. Woohoo! Party on, Garth. We'll see what happens to me from this point forward. I'm just kidding. I'm pretty sure it doesn't make me sleepy. I don't remember it making me sleepy. All right. God bless. Okay, so Sagittarius, let me timestamp you. 50. Hi, Sag. All right, loves. So, what's going on with you? Let's see what's happening here. So right off the bat, we're starting with your energy in a very empowered place. First card out, which is mwah, just beautiful. We love to see it. I also have Virgo on the table, Mercury energy, so more Virgo plus Gemini, as well as Scorpio, Pisces, and Aquarius. So that may or may not resonate with you or someone you're dealing with, but I just wanted to point it out. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. I'm just going to start at the beginning and just see where we go. So the top line is the King of Wands, the Five of Cups, and then the Nine of Cups in reverse. So without that King of Wands energy handling this situation like a boss, things do look a little bit questionable at best here. So there's something that you're dealing with, but the beautiful thing is you're dealing with it in a really empowered and strong and insightful way. And for that reason, I feel like you're manifesting something beautiful out of something painful. So you could be grieving something. You could feel like your wish fulfillment was right in front of you and then got snatched away. You could feel like you were betrayed, like there was something you didn't see, there was deception. But I feel like you're taking this on from such an empowered and beautiful place that something gorgeous is growing out of this regardless. So let's clarify a little bit more though and still see what that's all about. I feel like this disarmed you. There's some sort of truth that disarmed you. It's almost like chaos or conflict was what was needed. A certain, this is so Sagittarian, a certain level of chaos and conflict was what was needed to like get your attention or make something incredibly clear to you is kind of what this feels like. There's a hair. What's the Nine of Cups in reverse? Because I feel like that being taken or you losing that is what caused this Five of Cups. Or it could be the Five of Cups is what caused the Nine of Cups in reverse. Let's clarify both. Clarify the Five of Cups. What's that? It does come first, which is interesting. Tell me about this Five of Cups. Knight of Swords, Ten of Cups, Nine of Swords, the Fool. Interesting. Okay. You've been beckoned out into some sort of new beginning, and it is the beginning of a whole new cycle. Something totally different. I feel like something that was kind of unexpected when it came in. And for that reason, there was this grief or heaviness that you were still carrying internally when this wish fulfillment came in for you. So you were overall in a confident and empowered energy. However, you were still holding on to some sort of grief when you were presented with whatever this is. Okay? And while it's like the grief was causing you to not fully feel content within yourself, or maybe believe that you were ready or worthy of whatever this is that came through to you. But logically, you saw it, and you saw it for what it was. You knew what it was, but it's just the grief that you were carrying kind of pinned this little like nagging energy of fear or anxiety onto whatever this is that was offered to you. Okay. So you were in a pretty confident and empowered place, which is why this opportunity came through to you to begin with, because it is aligned with you. But there was still some sort of grief or heaviness that needed to be brought to the surface and purged out for you to be able to really embrace or receive whatever this is, if that makes sense. That's what I'm getting. But you did see it for what it is, clearly. It's just that there's been this anxiety that has maybe been causing you to question it, or it's been like dampening or putting a damper on this Ten of Cups. So it's like the universe presenting this Ten of Cups to you, emotional fulfillment, maybe a relationship, maybe like a soul connection that you feel a very strong tie to. But because of the anxiety, there's something that it wasn't stopping you from seeing it clearly, but it was aggravating this grief. And that was happening for a reason. Let me just turn off the sink really quickly because she's done drinking. Okay, so that happened for a reason, because again, this would not have been brought to you and presented to you as an opportunity if you weren't ready for it. And I see that you were ready to take the leap. You are in this empowered energy. But this grief that bubbled up and out of you when you were presented with this opportunity may have confused you in some way, or it may have, again, it's like it aggravated or caused this anxiety or doubt surrounding something that you knew was the Ten of Cups for you. Okay. So then you have the Hermit, the Queen of Cups in reverse, and the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. The Hermit, the Queen of Cups in reverse, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Luna, what are you scratching? I can hear you. Where are you? I feel like there's something you weren't realizing about yourself because of this grief that you'd still been carrying. Maybe you just didn't realize that you were still carrying this grief that was kind of causing you to question good things when it came to you. You hadn't fully released or forgiven something. And so again, there's this like insidious anxiety tied to this grief from the past that was kind of like eating away at good things when they were offered to you. So this is something that you did need to recognize, because it's like it wasn't allowing you to trust what you knew. So you could see, like, yes, this is the piece that's falling into place. Yes, this is the 10 of Cups. But then you were questioning, but am I really in the 9 of Cups if I'm carrying this grief? It's like, yes, you have to go through the 9 to get to the 10. So do you see what I'm saying? This grief confused you as it bubbled up, but it was only meant for you to recognize so that you could release it. So that it would not get in your way and confuse you anymore. It was actually meant to bubble up and come out of you so that you would be more discerning and more aligned with your truth and knowledge of what is absolutely for you. But I see you kind of questioning it, or at least just getting in your head about it because of that pain that you discovered in yourself. But the Hermit and then the Queen of Cups in reverse and the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. This is actually really deep, because when you looked within yourself, right, with the Hermit energy, you went within to take a closer look at this grief, right? I feel like you were like, let me inspect this. Let me check this out. Where is this coming from? What is this really tied to? And when you went inside of yourself on that little pilgrimage, as the Hermit does, what you found is the Queen of Cups in reverse, which is a spot where there was a lack of self-love or an inability to fully receive unconditional love, or both simultaneously. And what that showed you is that has actually been blocking you from some sort of expansion and abundance that is meant for you, or from being fully aligned with like your highest, most abundant path. This is Jupiter energy. It's your ruler. So the grief was always meant to be there when this offer came in. This offer, where this 10 of Cups opportunity, relationship, experience, was always meant to illuminate that 5 of Cups within you so that you could see where that was impacting you in such a way that it was blocking some sort of abundance. It was always meant to push you into yourself to see this. Because it was a space of weakness. It was like a weak link, or like an energy leak or something that was inside of you, this 5 of Cups. So you weren't as strong as you could be. You were making choices, I feel like, that were in alignment with you, but you were making them from somewhat, there was a place within you that was a little bit defensive still, because you were still carrying this wound or this grief, the 5 of Cups. So there's a part of you that may have been very, it may have been very subconscious, but it's like you still felt like you had to defend that wound, even if you weren't even consciously aware that that hurt was still inside of you. There was still some part of you that was defending it. And by defending it, you were actually defensive against some sort of huge abundance and expansion that you could have otherwise just welcomed with open arms, with no resistance whatsoever. Wow. Okay. So then you have the Magician, the Ten of Swords, and the Ace of Cups. And the Ace of Cups is clarified by these oracle cards. It's the Ace of Cups. And then it came out with these cards. So we have this one that says, for a time we gave up war and made love, but there were just as many casualties. And then there are these two astrological cards, Sun in Aquarius, idealism, and then Mars in Pisces, escape, came out in reverse. And then the King of Cups also came out. So at the core of the reading, you have the Queen of Cups in reverse, which is this spot within you that was weakened in some way, but you weren't recognizing it. Or it was kind of like, yeah, an opening or a leak. This was having a deep impact on you, regardless of how small that might have been. The fact that you were still holding it and carrying it, the fact that pinned to it was that defensiveness, that uncertainty, it was affecting you in a huge way. Even though it doesn't seem like maybe it's that big of a thing, it was. The impact that it was having on you was actually huge. And it's because you weren't manifesting like with full strength, with that little seed of doubt pinned onto the end of it. There was an emotional uncertainty or an emotional weakness that kept seeping in. What's the Ten of Swords? I'm kind of getting self-sabotage and self-destruction a little bit from this, but it could have also caused just painful situations to occur for you, because it's like you would see that something was aligned or good for you or could be abundant, and maybe you thought that you were all in. Yeah, it's like you thought you were fully invested, but now you're seeing the truth that you were actually conflicted to some degree within yourself, and that stopped you from bringing certain things together, whether that was, it could have been anything. It could have been relationships. It could have been opportunities for abundance. It could literally be anything. But with the Ten of Swords, I'm getting that, yeah, exactly. It's what I said. You thought that you were fully invested, but there was that seed of conflict, doubt, anxiety, or whatever that was kind of undoing or unraveling the work and creating pain. And I think that maybe you couldn't pinpoint where that was happening, like why this kept on being the outcome. It was the outcome because that comes after the Nine of Swords, right? So we sometimes think like this anxiety or this fear or seed of doubt in our mind isn't that big of a deal, but it leads to the Ten of Swords, which is us either betraying ourselves, deceiving ourselves in some sort of way that can be very detrimental, or putting ourselves in situations where other people do that to us. So you were unknowingly kind of manifesting the Ten of Swords. And I feel like, what's the Ace of Cups? Well, the Ace of Cups is the missing piece, isn't it? the Ace of Cups is the defining piece here, because it's like you may have felt like you were at war with yourself, because there was this part of you that kept doubting that you are the Nine of Cups, that you are fulfilled within yourself, that you are happy, that you're complete. And so then when you were offered the 10 of Cups, right? What's missing between the 9 and 10 is the Ace. And it's that certainty of self-love that you were questioning because this grief hadn't been fully released. So it's like you may have felt like you were not in a state of war or defensiveness, and you were actually seeking this love, but there were just as many casualties. There was just as much damage that kept on cycling and coming in to your life. And it's because of that weak spot that you didn't know was there. I feel very much like there's someone here, aside from you, for some of you. And you've had an intuitive knowing since this came in that something just fits, that this is a puzzle piece that just fits. But it's almost like having the puzzle piece, the one last puzzle piece, but not having the puzzle, like not being certain of the rest of the puzzle, right? I hope that makes sense, because when you're questioning the 9 of Cups and the Ace of Cups comes in, it's like you have that last piece, but you're not certain of the picture so far that you carry within you. That's where that link was, that missing link. It wasn't allowing you to piece together this 10 of Cups. So even though you saw it for what it was, there was something that wasn't able to connect. That's why you always had to be shown this grief. You had to be shown this piece or this spot that was creating that inability to move forwards and manifest with endurance, knowing that this is on your path. That's why even though you thought you were pouring love into this, there was still casualties and difficulties and strife that was coming up. So there's something here that I feel like is very much for you. It is the King of Cups to your Queen of Cups, or it is the 10 of Cups for you. It's the missing piece, and it's something that you haven't been able to escape or separate yourself from. It's like this thing has been nagging at you. And it is what you think it is, and it always has been. It's just that full that full integration wasn't able to happen. I feel like you had looked at it and you'd kind of decided, like, this is not what I thought it was, or you tried to convince yourself, this is not what I thought it was. I need to drop the weight of this, the 10 of Wands in reverse, the Lovers in reverse. Notice how all of these yin yang signs are on there. I feel like now you have the peace of mind to shift your perspective, to be certain, and to make this judgment call. There's something that you maybe were about to walk away from or disconnect from emotionally, or just give up on. And I feel like it is your 10 of Cups. It's something that you do want to be empowered. You want to roll the dice on this thing. You want to be hopeful. You want to play your hand of cards. You want to be all in. But something was making you question it. It is not something that needs to be questioned, though. The doubt was never about this thing. The doubt was something that was coming from an old wound or pain that you were still carrying within yourself that you couldn't pinpoint. Wow. I feel like once you see this, you'll be all in. You will be able to give fully and commit to this, and in such a way where there is no weak spot. There isn't that insidious little like question in the back of your head that can do a lot of damage, right? This is something that is meant to be stable, consistent, and committed to in your life. It's going to bring you, it's not something you've experienced in the past. Yeah, the Two of Cups. I split the deck and I got the Two of Cups. You have the Two of Cups, the Ten of Cups, the Lovers, the Emperor. The Empress came up for you before. The Sun, the Four of Wands. This is something you manifested from, it's like your higher self manifested this. And that's why you were able to see it clearly and know what it was when it came in. It's just this that was causing you all that stress. And it was also, again, every time you tried to pour into this or manifest this with faith or be fully committed to it, it would unravel. The work would unravel because there was that energy leak, or there was that thing that would kind of like put that seed of doubt in your mind and cause everything to fall apart. So even though this love was always there and you were convinced that you were making love, not war, there were still casualties. There was still strife. Something was still not able to come together. I feel like it will be able to come together now. That's what I see for you. I hope that makes sense for who it's meant to make sense for. It's a very specific message, but that is very strong. There's something here that you're not meant to give up on. And I feel like you're right on the brink of convincing yourself that this is not what you know that it is at the core of you. The other thing that you need to know too is that you already went within yourself and saw this, right? You've already done the work to do that. This King of Cups is also you moving from this into this, a space where you are fully ready for this. But you had to recognize, again, where this place was within you first, and you've already done that. So you can now move forwards with confidence, knowing that you do have this under your belt. You are ready to embrace this. You can trust yourself now, and you can see where the final piece does fall into place, and you can have faith in the rest of the picture as it does. My big old heart is just so in love with this. Love wins. I'm such a fucking Pisces. Anyways, that's what I see for you. That's gorgeous. I hope whoever that's for, go and get your lover. Go and get you that love that you deserve, Sag. But yeah, you're expanding into something beautiful, and I feel like you were about to sacrifice something that just because you couldn't make sense of why it wasn't coming together, even though you felt it as what it really was. That could have been driving you absolutely insane. Because you are one of those signs that's very intelligent, and you are so connected to that greater knowing, right? That if you can't make sense of something, like, you are smart enough to know that if something's not aligned, then it's not going to be able to come together, right? So you could talk yourself out of like that connection because simply it was not coming together, not realizing that it was just something like an incongruency in the way that you weren't seeing that you were carrying something that was kind of unraveling it or causing you to sabotage or destruct it in some way. And I'm not saying that's the only issue or that's the only reason why it wasn't coming together. There could be other things that have to do with the other person. I'm not really sure. But that is really huge. That is what you need to know to get out of your own way surrounding this, for sure. So that is what I see. And we're moving on to Capricorn. All right. Crazy. crazy. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Cappy. Let's see. What does Capricorn need to know? Let me hydrate real quick. All right. Let's see. What does Capricorn need to know? Judgment card just won't quit. Just won't quit. Pluto is in the house. Pluto is my daddy, and he is in the house, let me tell you. All right. Let's see. What else? My throat. It's probably because I've been talking for 5.5 hours. Okay. Wow. Okay. What else? Any other clarifiers you want to? Okay. So let's see what's going on here. Sounds terrible. Someone's car is not struggling to start outside in the frigid air. And it sounds like it is. Love Canada. All right. What's up, Capricorn? I hope that you're doing well, my beautiful, beautiful people. So let's see what's going on for you. So right away, the astrological energies that I see Pluto, I see Aquarius, I see Virgo, Sag, Mars, and Uranus. So some Scorpio and, yeah, more Aquarian energy in here as well. Heavy Aquarius and Scorpio energy, very heavy. So, okay, let's see here. There's a lot of there's a lot of people or energies involved. Actually, every card in the spread, okay, that's interesting. Every card in the spread that is not a major arcana card is a court card. So there's 9 cards overall, right? It's also interesting because every corner of the spread, the 4 corners of the spread, those are the major arcana cards. There's something here that has literally been, it's being held together by forces greater than you. Some sort of opportunity here is quite literally being held together by the universe, which means that this thing is for you, I want to say. Because obviously if the universe has a way of striking things down and knocking them out of your life if they're not for you. If there's something that greater forces have been contributing to holding together, then it's definitely yours. It's also interesting that all of the court cards are in reverse except for the one at the very center of the reading, which is the Knight of Pentacles. So that to me is definitely saying that despite any difficulty, there's something here that you've continued to kind of put one foot in front of the other despite difficulty, despite challenges, despite maybe feeling drained or uncertain, or like things are kind of a clusterfuck around you in some way. You have continued to, and you are being prompted to continue pushing forwards with whatever this is. Okay. Okay, so you have Judgment, the King of Wands in reverse, and then the Star in reverse. That's the top line. Again, it's that Pluto in Aquarius energy. And Pluto just moved into Aqua. King of Wands in reverse. There's some part of you that was not in a space of confidence or empowerment. I feel like it wasn't confident in shining, in taking up its full space, in being, I'm getting kind of the Emperor energy from this. It's like, right, the King of Wands is a natural leader who gains attention anyways, but with the Star in the upright, this is like star power, leadership power. Like, you are being called to great things. And that's why this Plutonian energy came in to start this revolution within you. But I feel like it kicked off by highlighting this area of insecurity or this area of yourself that was not healed. So what area is that? Tell me about this King of Wands in reverse and the Star in reverse. It could have had to do with the way that you were seeing yourself, and it also could have to do with masculine energy. since wands and, well, since fire and air are the masculine elements. And we have Aquarius, which is an air sign, and the King of Wands, which is fire here. So this could have had to do with how you assert yourself. Could have to do with how you assert yourself in relationships or in your family. There's some sort of instability that has been prominent. Whether that's instability or like tumultuous relationships that didn't seem to reflect like who you really know yourself to be, your worth, your value. Or this also could have extended to like physical or financial insecurity. So just kind of things that didn't last in terms of relationships, jobs, stable family situations, something like that. The Seven of Wands. This is coming through as a defensiveness towards things that carried that confidence that you were lacking. So wherever that confidence, and obviously we have confidence surrounding many different things within us. So you could have had a lack of confidence in any area within you that was unhealed. But it's showing me that anytime that was reflected back at you by someone who did have that confidence, you were triggered by it. Which is how it should be, because things are mirrors to us oftentimes. And when we are triggered by something, it's what we're triggered by in the other person that is wounded within us. That's why we're triggered, right? So it's meant to actually draw our awareness to that unhealed place. So we're not really meant to be defensive about it. We're meant to look at that so that we can then heal it and become even more powerful and more confident in the space where we're lacking confidence, right? So it's showing me that that's what's wanting to be transformed for you. There's been a defensiveness towards anything that you came into contact with that held this confidence that you were lacking within yourself. Okay. The next line is the King of Cups in reverse, the Knight of Pentacles, and the Queen of Swords in reverse. And clarifying this King of Cups in reverse, you have, excuse me. So there's this King of Cups in reverse, right? And then there's these two cards. So this guy looking in the mirror saying, nobody can find out how much I need love. With this card that says, dreaming, after all, is a form of planning, which came out in reverse. So this is saying a lot. I feel like the disempowered part of you was maybe something to do with your ability to dream, your ability to imagine, your ability to pour your emotional energy and your emotional truth with confidence into something, recognizing that that energy within you is just as potent as the energy of your mind, the energy of your will, the energy of your physical action. Every part of our body, our whole energetic body, is equally important and potent, right? And so in that sense, dreaming and feeling and loving is a form of planning and creating, very much so. So that's the element of you that was not fully empowered. And I feel like you're seeing the truth of how you feel and how that was, there was an illusion surrounding that. What's up, Kazam? I'm glad to be back too. I've been sick as fuck. I'm over it. This is a cycle that wants to close out for you with the world. It's a cycle of illusion. You may have convinced yourself that you didn't know how you felt about certain things as well, that you did have strong emotional clarity or feeling for or love for. And that, I feel like, was a side effect of you not trusting this dreamy, imaginative, emotional element of you. It felt more like a weakness, or it felt more like trying to say? What's the word? Something that puts you at risk, like a weak spot of vulnerability, something that puts you at risk rather than something that you could actually use to empower your dreams or even fuel your dreams or manifest even more powerfully. Why is my throat? What's this Queen of Swords in reverse? Okay, I'm seeing it now. It's coming through like intuitively. So I feel like there's a part of you that because you felt insecure in your emotions, or you felt like fully loving or giving yourself emotionally, or fully dreaming or imagining something that you really wanted, right? And then committing to that vision, you felt that it was a vulnerability. And so that caused you to almost have this energy where, again, it's a little bit of defensiveness where you didn't want, it's almost like you viewed things that you could love as things that could dominate you, or things that would put you in a submissive or like a more of a disempowered state, things that would have control over you. And so rather than commit to those things that you could have had strong feeling for, or visions that you could have nurtured emotionally and intuitively and through your imagination, I feel like you cut things out because you didn't want to be dominated. You were viewing it as like a weak spot where someone could control you. And so you cut yourself off from those things, thinking that that was protecting you, believing that that was keeping you in a healthy state. It's like you cut out certain things, believing that you were doing the best for yourself by doing that. And you may have buried or disconnected from your emotions. Nobody can find out how much I need love or how much I do love, because you were seeing it that way, because you were seeing it as like a weakness or a place where people could use that against you. Okay. So then we have the Tower in reverse, the Knight of Wands in reverse, and the Fool in the last line here. I feel like the reason this is coming up and the reason it's relevant, not just for the big picture message, but now why it's important, is because there's something that you are involved with or you are faced with now that it actually doesn't want to be cut out. It doesn't want to be stripped away. And I actually feel like it also doesn't really want to dominate you either. I feel like this is something that is healthy for you, but you may have been on your way to kind of doing what you sort of have learned to do. You may have judged this thing as being something that you did need to kind of cut out because it was just seeking to like pin your wings or control you. But with the Tower in reverse, I don't think that's the case. Tell me about the Tower in reverse. Okay. It's the Ten of Pentacles and the Emperor. There is an opportunity here that, again, like I said at the beginning, right? You have been moving towards, you have been struggling to like give up on. Even though there's been difficulty, even though you felt a little disempowered and insecure and you haven't understood where that block is coming from, you still felt pulled to this because I feel like there's some part of you that knows that it is abundant, that it is stable, that it is something that is, again, healthy and safe. It's something that is for you to take. But there's been like some internal conflict that I feel like has created external it's like a lack of it's an inconsistency here with the Knight of Wands in reverse. So you were taking steps forwards, but it was kind of in and out or inconsistent here because of this insecurity that was affecting things. You may have also, if this was a relationship, you may have kind of come at it backwards because of this insecurity. So because there's this King of Wands in reverse here, and because that is stemming from this emotional place, right? This place where you weren't really feeling like you could actually embrace, integrate, and move in an empowered way emotionally. You could have come at this new beginning that was offered to you from kind of a backwards place, because this oracle card came out to clarify the Fool, and it says first base, sex; second base, hitting each other up when the sun is out; third base, sharing childhood trauma; home run, verbally expressing romantic interest. So I feel like you did try to leap into this, but you may have come from this place, right? That was, you were confident, maybe expressing desire or expressing yourself physically or sexually, which there's nothing wrong with, but I feel like you kind of worked backwards into now where maybe you're ready to actually express romantic interest or open up about deeper things, right? The Knight of Wands in reverse is clarified by the Hermit in reverse. Virgo energy. You were trying to push forwards, and it's almost like I'm getting the vision of you dealing with like side effects that came up or symptoms of the problem, but not dealing with the root of the problem or the actual wound. It's like putting band-aids on a bullet wound, right? It's not gonna last, it's gonna bleed through, it's gonna continue to cause issues. And there's something that you weren't looking at that was deeper within you that was causing these symptoms to continue to pop up. And you kept trying to just move forwards and push through them because you did know that this was for you. And you've been feeling pulled to it. Your soul has been pulling you to it because it is something that's for you. It's the Emperor and the Ten of Pentacles. I feel like now you're ready to actually take this leap and be kind of like aligned and all in and certain and secure of these different parts of yourself. Tell me about the Fool. I feel that the way forward will be a lot smoother now. So you're almost having this realization that nothing can truly take your power or dominate you unless you let it. So you can move forwards understanding that, yeah, wow. You can move forwards understanding that without the fear, without the insecurity, knowing that something is healthy, and if it ever shows itself to not be healthy, you can remove yourself from it. But you have the Devil in reverse, the Six of Pentacles, the Eight of Pentacles, and Justice that just came out together. With the Hierophant at the bottom of the deck. Like, Pluto is not fucking playing. I'm telling you. There's something that you want to commit to, and it's solid. I mean, there's that Taurian energy with the Hierophant, and then there's the Ten of Pentacles. That's about as solid as it gets. And it's not even like the work that you've already put into it has been for nothing. Like, you've still been taking solid steps forwards, but it's just felt like a big struggle. Like, you kept coming up against hurdles. And I feel like the resistance was mostly in yourself, but it would have been also reflected back to you externally. So things would have just been difficult. Once you break free from this, the Devil in reverse, right? And I love this Devil because it's like you didn't see what was under the surface here. This reminds me of like the tip of an iceberg, and then everything that's underneath. You couldn't see it because, again, you weren't going to the root, right? Now you see it, you can release it, and then you can actually give in a balanced and consistent and stable way to whatever this opportunity or relationship is, and you will get what is just, you will get what is fair out of it without all of the difficulty. Now you've opened that way up for yourself. I think that you were really getting to the end of yourself where you were feeling drained, like you were kept on trudging forwards, but you were like, I'm losing energy. And then you started questioning, maybe like, I'm losing my heart for this. I'm losing the feelings that I had for this. I'm forgetting why I ever started pushing towards this to begin with. It's like you were losing the trail. Because initially you made this judgment call and you knew that this was for you. You saw it very clearly. But then there's all this bullshit in between that you were just pushing through. Everything else in reverse, except for the Knight of Pentacles, you just doggedly just pushing and fighting forwards. But you felt like everything was against you, right? It's almost like you felt that there was like an invisible energetic force that was even fighting against you in regards to something. And so eventually I feel like you just got so tired, or you're getting to that point. So this is coming through to you at the exact time that you need it in order to drop it and get what you truly deserve, and know with certainty that you are aligned with what is for you, that you are empowered and in dominion enough to accept it, and that it is going to lead you somewhere beautiful and abundant. Even if you maybe took a roundabout way of getting there, you can know with the Sun and Virgo energy, you are aligned, you are healthy, because again, once you see this, you're bringing these energies into the upright, these things that were insecure or unhealed within you. And so then you can bring all of yourself in a more consistent and balanced way to the table, and you can accept this thing. And I feel like once you clear that up and empower those spaces within you, or you come to this realization, sometimes the realization is enough. You don't even need to do healing. You have the realization, and that's enough to totally shift the entire energy, right? Because it just clicks for you. And then you remember, and you know, you have this assuredness that, yes, my judgment call at the beginning was right. And it's almost as though then all of your power and energy and like the love and the heart and the motivation, what was fueling you and pushing you towards this thing to begin with, comes back to you because you release all the blockages. I love it. I love that so fucking much. That is amazing. Okay. That's what I have for you, Capricorn. We're going to move on to Aquarius, but that is, wow, that's really powerful. You're doing the work. But I see that you were giving and giving and giving to this. Like, you did not want to give up. You just kept on pushing until the point of exhaustion, and you're reaching that now. And right at the point of exhaustion, because you didn't give up, you are at this place where this transformation can fully take place and you can release the burden of what was oppressing you. This was the invisible force that was creating all of that resistance. This was what was actually creating the oppression that you were so worried about. It was actually coming from within you, this dominating force. It was you being oppressed by something inside of you and then projecting that out, that fear that other people were just trying to possess or oppress you, right? But it was always inside of you. So now that you dissolve that, you're open to fully trusting and embracing and pouring your whole self into the things that you want, which is amazing. It's amazing. Okay. We're moving on to Aquarius. I love that so much. Love it. For some of you, this is Pluto's last gift to you, as it moved out of your sign and into Aquarius. This is like this is like the peak, the climactic point, and it's a gift of transformation that it's giving you as it moves into Aquarius, which is just so Plutonian and beautiful. So beautiful. You're liberated from the darkness within you and the places where you were oppressing yourself. Didn't ghost. Well, that's good. I'm glad you did what you felt like was honoring to you. We always want that. We always want that. Yeah, you can't guide someone to their path. You can only take care of yourself so that you can then offer the energy and the love and the truth that, you have just through existing and through, that's really the most powerful force you have, right? So you can't do the work for other people, but you can do the work on yourself and maybe inspire them or enlighten them or trigger them. But that's the best that you can do. So you're doing great, even though it's painful, and I know it is sometimes. All right. Aquarius. Where are my rebels and renegades and badasses at? Where you at? Of Belle. She was always my favorite Disney princess. I'm taking that as like the highest compliment. What's up, Rewire Your Fire? Coming in with that powerful cosmic energy. We love to see it. Yours too. And it's really reflected in my life, I've got to say. The girl who always had her head in a book, walking through the streets while chaos is going on around her and she's just in her own world, and then falls in love with the beasts in the world because she sees to the core of them and sees the beauty within them. This has been my life story. So had I known as a child, the foreshadowing, is the beast ever going to turn into a prince though? Are they? Spirit? Just kidding. Okay, let's see. Let's see. What does Aquarius need to know? Okay, let's give it a little more of a shuffle. These messages are pretty powerful. I hope that they're hitting for you guys or giving you some insight or We demand to know, Spirit. Yeah, I've got a direct line right now. Well, I've got you on call. Can I just inquire about something personal as well? In between signs. Sending up a personal inquiry. Okay. Let's see. These Aquarius need to know. Okay. Don't want to talk, huh? You know I'm coming for you. All right. Another like trend, energetic trend that I'm picking up here a lot in this all signs is that there's something coming through where a lot of the way that we're being empowered collectively has to do with the marriage or the integration of like spirit and matter, like the ethers and the physical realm. So it's like something is meant to click for a lot of us as we liberate ourselves emotionally and spiritually and even mentally. We realize that, again, it's like as within, so without. I feel like right now is a magical kind of time, almost like a portal where, yeah, we're closing out old cycles and then we're able to call in like huge abundance, the 10 of Pentacles, and it's happening through integrating a part of our insides that was not integrated. And I think that's going to make us, it's like this knowledge, almost this esoteric knowledge that's coming through to show us, like, when you do the inner work, when you embody love and all of those other things internally, right? Everything external does fall into place. And sometimes it's hard to believe that the place that, like, if we're experiencing lack or scarcity, for instance, in the physical realm or financially or something like that, sometimes we don't see the connection there, right? And that's in a lot of ways because of the way that society teaches us that they are not connected. But I feel like there's something breaking open in this kind of like cosmic awareness that's going to lead a lot of us into gaining a lot of abundance and understanding how we get there in a lot clearer of a way. And it's a more empowering way where we don't have to strive and work harder in the ways that we've been taught. So that's really interesting. Bunch of magicians being born out here. Not that you weren't before, but even more empowered magician energy. And it's because you know more clearly how to communicate with spirit, how to communicate with the universe. Okay. All right. Why? It's too many. Just need 2 more. Didn't want to talk, and then now just all the talking. So that could also be a message for you or something you're experiencing. Either you weren't ready to express something and now you want to pour it all out, or maybe someone you're involved with. Okay. There's justice again. I'm telling you that right now, the amount of times that justice and the Wheel of Fortune has come out with judgment, those to me are all heavy indicators of karmic alignment and alignment with like the call, alignment with your highest timeline or the path that you're meant to be on at this time. So that's exciting. really want to go make a coffee. Will you guys give me like 5 minutes to go make a coffee before I start this reading? I was like, I only have 2 signs left, but then I was like, but I also take like 25 minutes per sign, so. So I should probably still make the coffee. Anything else? All right. Thank you for answering for everyone, Kazam. I appreciate you being the mouthpiece for the collective. I'm going to run with that answer. Yes to self-care. Okay. Wow. Okay. Let me see here. Let me just double check that all this is in order as it should be. Okay. I see this. This is pretty powerful too. All right. I'm going to go upstairs and make a coffee quickly, and I will be back with you in a moment. We'll get into this. This looks interesting too, though. I have returned. Did somebody say self-care? Decaf are for the weak, but chips are good. Right. The party, the little party emoji. Who did that? You're my people, whoever you are. All right. God bless you for being patient. I appreciate you so very much. All right. I have missed you guys so much. Have I already said that 20 billion times? I'm going to keep on saying it. I've missed you. Okay. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. It's true what they say. Let's see. Let's timestamp and get into this. All right. Hello, Aquarius. We meet again. So, let's see what wants to be highlighted for you. I have a fresh coffee and high spirits, high morale. So we're going to get into this here. All right, where do we want to start? So your energy is coming through very strongly, as is Gemini, Pisces, Virgo, Cancer, and also the energy of Venus as well. Okay? So that may or may not have something resonate strongly with you for some reason. Okay. All right. It's interesting because I actually feel like, so at the very center of your reading is the Queen of Wands. And I actually feel like this is your energy in this reading. Look at this badass. I love this Queen of Wands. She's such a baddie. So I feel like this is you. It's at the very center of your reading. And the reason I say that's interesting is because the only other court card in the reading is the King of Swords, which to me is Aquarian energy usually, but I'm feeling that this is actually someone outside of you in this reading, which is interesting. I very much feel though that you are this central energy of the Queen of Wands here. So that's dope, because the Queen of Wands is dope, obviously. She is confident. She is beautiful. She is magnetic. She's charming. She's magical. Has an air of mystery about her. I feel like you've been fighting for your happiness or fighting for something that makes you very happy. There's a lot of wand energy. So I feel like your spirit is in something. 7 of Wands, 4 of Wands, all of the wands. Hold on, I just heard Luna scratch, I think. If I hear it again, I'll go investigate. She may have locked herself in some sort of room, or she does this with her shenanigans. There's something you've been defending, and it's your own joy, but I feel like it also might have to do with somebody else. It may or may not, but the Lovers is here on the table. But the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, it's like something was not moving forwards, no matter how valiantly you defended it, no matter how much joy, love, and warmth you poured into it. And you might have been a little bit perplexed by that because, again, you're in this Queen of Wands energy. And the Queen of Wands doesn't always get what she wants, but like when she feels that something is aligned for her and she points her energy in that direction, she pretty much always gets what she wants, because it's not just a matter of what she wants. It's her knowing that she is connected to her higher self and that that thing is truly aligned with her. So a lot of the Queen of Wands magic comes through her connection to her own spirit, her confidence in her own spirit, and the way she moves with that assuredness. That is what allows her to manifest and pull so many things that really are for her towards her. But there's something here that has just felt stuck. Fucking stuck. And you were not the one that was sticking it. I feel like you feel this way anyways. Like the center line here is the Four of Pentacles, and it has this card, which is Mercury in Virgo, caution, but it's in reverse. And then you have the Queen of Wands, and then you have the Chariot in reverse. So this is the whole center line here. This. Okay. So these are two cards of stuckedness. The Four of Pentacles is like something very solid and secure and foundational that's not going anywhere, or that you're keeping in that stable spot, unwilling to move or change. It's kind of cemented in. And then the Chariot in reverse is something not moving forwards. And I feel like you're here in the middle, giving it your all, not holding back in any way. You weren't being cautious, not in a, not in like an erratic or irresponsible kind of way. But again, it's the energy of the Queen of Wands. You saw what you knew was for you. You knew that it aligned. You knew that you wanted it. You pointed your energy in that direction, and then nothing happened, or it became, or it was very hard, or the more that you, even the more confidently that you poured into something, maybe the more stuck it felt like it was getting. I wonder if for some of you this was a connection with the Lovers there. This King of Swords is interesting me. They're coming through as someone that is very intelligent, very logical, very much able to process and refine and trust their judgment calls and know. They move with a certain level of assuredness as well, but it's because they know that they have all the information that is needed to make the correct choice for themselves and for the highest and best good of those around them. I feel like they have also been perplexed by this not moving forward. So this could be someone you're in some sort of relationship with, because they are looking at this. So it's the Nine of Pentacles in reverse, the King of Swords, and then the Hanged Man in reverse in the top line here. And they are focusing their attention on this Nine of Pentacles in reverse. So it's like, with the Nine of Pentacles in reverse, that's like, why is there instability or insecurity here? Or why is something not building into something substantial? I'm looking at it, and, you know, behind them is this Hanged Man in reverse, though, which is a higher understanding that they were missing because they weren't focused in that direction. So I want to clarify that a little bit, because to me the center line seems very cut and dry. It's like you are there, you're sexy, you're confident, you know what you want, you're giving it your all, you feel like you're in dominion of your energy, but something is still not coming together. Yeah, there's the Emperor and the Three of Cups in reverse. So you're empowered, but something is still falling apart. And this could have confused both people, because I am seeing you both being in a level of empowerment. This person, they have this confidence in what they know and in their ability to process information and make wise, just choices in their life. And you had this confidence. You knew that you were connected to your soul, your intuition, your spirit, what turns you on. And you also knew that you wanted something to move. And I feel like both of you, what you are sure of is this lover's connection. But for some reason, it wasn't coming together, and maybe neither of you could really understand why that was. I feel like, okay, I just split the deck, and I feel like this explains it. It's the Page of Cups and the Page of Swords in reverse. Both of you were missing something. One of you might have been missing some emotional component, and one of you may have been missing some like mental component or some piece of information that wasn't being seen. I feel like the person on top was missing that higher perspective, and you facing this Chariot in reverse, you may have been missing some sort of emotional component, that thinking that you were open, and so you're open, but why are things not falling into place? The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. What's the Nine of Pentacles in reverse? Hold on. I can hear Luna scratching, and she's somewhere. Luna? Yeah, where are you? Okay. She was stuck in the closet. No big deal. I don't know how she closed the door on herself in there, but she did. Okay, so I want to know what this Nine of Pentacles in reverse is. That makes sense. Okay, let's see. The Moon. There was an answer that was hidden, though. Something that the Moon is something was hidden. Yeah, tell me about that Nine of Pentacles in reverse. This person could have determined that maybe you are not confident or stable or secure in yourself, or that you were not really single, maybe. They may have thought that you were still tied up elsewhere in another energy. Let's actually ask what the Hanged Man in reverse is, because that's the higher truth that they're missing. So let's see that. The Five of Swords and Judgment. There was some sort of mental conflict impairing this person's judgment. There's been some sort of mental conflict here. This is kind of coming through as like a lie that they were convinced of themselves here. Because they're showing up in the upright, very confident and secure that they see the truth, that they know the truth, that they have the information. But again, behind them is this higher perspective that they're not seeing. And the higher perspective is that they haven't been as of sound mind as they have thought that they have been. And that's been for a reason with this Judgment card. Plutonian energy has been trying to transform whatever this mental conflict is within this person. But it has required like a shift of perspective, or required them to see things from maybe a higher perspective. So it could be that they have been they're used to coming at things from like their logical mind, but this truth is something that wanted to come through more from like their higher consciousness. So it's still intelligence, but it's higher intelligence that they're maybe not quite used to working with as much. But there's something that was creating mental conflict. Yeah, it was something that they hadn't shifted. Death in reverse, that was trying to transform with that Plutonian energy and Scorpio energy. That's what's been trying to transform for this person. Okay, so your block is the Chariot in reverse. So tell me about that. It's interesting to me how both of your blocks are major arcana cards. Because it's almost telling me that, like, you two, you have kind of been in dominion over yourselves and the things that you have control over. It's the things that are powers that are greater than you, or forces that are bigger than you, that require like a trust in the universe or faith in something grander. That's where the blind spots were. So you have both been empowered within your energy. It's more something that wasn't allowing you to co-create with the universe. So something that is not fully in your control. And maybe that's why you were missing it, because you were just looking over like what is in my control surrounding the situation, when what wanted to come in and create change in the situation is actually your ability to open up and have faith in something bigger as well. It's interesting. So tell me about the Chariot in reverse for Aquarius. The 10 of Pentacles and the 3 of Cups in reverse. King of Cups in reverse, Strength, and the Queen of Cups in reverse. Yo. This has been an ego thing for both of you. So it's exactly what I was just saying. It has to do with, you're both very empowered in the energies that you can control within yourselves, right? You're confident with that. You're empowered with that. I feel like you both brought the best of that to the table, to this connection. That was never the issue. The issue was the part of you that needed to believe and allow something bigger to intervene and bring through the transformation and the awareness, right? That was needed to actually move something forwards. But this ego issue was very strong, and it was literally what was standing between the love here, or what is standing between the love here. Like, that is clear as, it's crystal clear. So this is something, it's an ego thing or a wound that actually has to do with your feminine energy for both of you. The King and Queen of Cups. This person is in the King of Swords, which is a masculine energy. You're in the Queen of Wands, which is also a masculine energy. And that explains why there was an ego war, or there was like, right? Because it's two very assertive, confident, masculine energies coming together and then butting heads and wondering why they're not getting anywhere. It's because the softness wasn't there. And the softness wanted to be infused through these individual transformations that wanted to take place for both of you. Okay. Tell me about this. Okay, so the bottom row, the last row here of the reading is the Lovers. The 10 of Swords in reverse, clarified by this card, which is Jupiter in Pisces, Seduction in reverse there. And then the Empress in reverse, clarified by this card that says, Even wolves bleed like sheep. You guys have the same kind of chips. What the hell? Okay, so You know what's hilarious is even that is part of this message. It's so funny because that's a gnarly wolf card. I know, right? You want a closer look? Even wolves bleed like sheep, bitch. We all bleed. It's interesting because the two of you, because of this ego that was in between you, you were not seeing that you are alike. You're more alike than you know. And I feel like you were both looking at each other in a way like the other person wasn't bleeding. The other person wasn't being impacted by something not moving or not coming together. And I think the reason that you weren't seeing that impact, the emotional impact that was, both of you were feeling this emotional impact of this not coming together because you both feel it as the lovers. The reason you weren't seeing that vulnerable part of each other, though, is because you were both showing up still with a level of confidence in this masculine energy of the ego, right? And there's nothing wrong with this energy, but it just wasn't balanced. There was no, that softness, that feminine energy and vulnerability wasn't there to balance things out. So that's why you kept on butting heads. You weren't getting to the softest parts of each other. You weren't getting to each other's hearts. You might have got very close, but you never fully brought it together, right? I feel like you were both looking at each other like, again, like that person isn't as passionate, they're not as invested as me, they're in a state of invulnerability. If this falls apart, they don't care, they could just walk away. And it's not true. I think that you were both feeling that though, because again, you were both somewhat disconnected from your most vulnerable emotional self. So you were projecting that at each other when really it's kind of been true for the both of you. It's not that you couldn't both walk away though, or it's not that you could both walk away without feeling it, because I do feel like you've both been feeling it, but there was that emotional disconnect that was causing you to not see things clearly. So yeah, that's why the Empress is here in reverse. It's the feminine element of the connection. And this is the piece with this Jupiter and Pisces seduction card that needed to actually be amplified to bring you together. Seduction is not a bad thing in this context. It's like this is the magnetic element that needed to be poured into and amplified to balance out the situation and allow the two of you to come together. But because it wasn't being utilized at all, and because this masculine element or ego was being amplified, it was like this got lost. So the force that was meant to pull you together, the main force of attraction between the two of you, got lost. But both of you did feel this. Neither one of you was immune to this. You may have been looking at each other like, I'm the sheep and you're the wolf, and I'm going to get hurt because I know how much I care and you're not going to get hurt. This is a message that both of you have bled over this. Both of you care. Both of you were both the wolves and the sheep in the situation. You were both simultaneously both in a way. So what's this Ten of Swords in reverse? This is so interesting. The Tower and the Ace of Pentacles. The Tower and the Ace of Pentacles with the Ten of Swords in reverse. Aww. You know what this is? Something Oh, that is such a compliment. You never get bored here. I love you. Thank you. You guys are just so sweet tonight. I feel the same. I love just like vibing with spirit and you. It's like, it is honestly such an honor to have this space with spirit and these messages and you guys. It's just like my wish fulfillment, honestly. Like, I couldn't dream of something that I would enjoy more. It's like all my favorite things wrapped up in one. But the Tower and the Ace of Pentacles, I feel like something, it's interesting because the love has always been intact. The Lovers is still very much here. It's in the upright. And that's how you know it's something bigger than you, because there's been this part of you guys that has been, despite that Lover's connection, somewhat disconnected from each other's heart. It's like you've been trying to find your way. This is the heart of the matter, right? Instead of strength being in between you. So this is how things have been, right? This is how things have been with strength between you. And this is how things should be. Right? You can't come together and find each other's hearts when you're disconnected from your own heart to some degree, or not trusting that element of yourself. The Lovers is all heart. The Lovers is all love, right? So that has always existed there. But it's like there was, you both were missing a piece, that something you weren't making sense of, something that was being missed by each of you. It's very balanced. It's not like one person was off and one person was aligned. The Lovers is balanced. And when you were coming together, it was both of your egos showing up. It wasn't one person at fault. It was the feminine element unhealed or unutilized between both of you. I feel like something may have happened recently, some sort of Tower moment maybe between the two of you, where things maybe did hit the fan, or something seemed to have fallen apart in some way. But whatever this was, it was divinely orchestrated to actually usher in a new opportunity between the two of you, something fresh. Because it's like starting again at square one with all of the understanding that you should have had from the beginning. Well, not that you should have had. Things always were meant to work this way so that you guys could come into this awareness and evolve independently. Because you both needed to evolve independently in order to prepare for this. It's like this is the prerequisite work that needed to happen, is what I feel like. But it's not something that needs to last. It's not something that actually marred the connection. There is no mark on this Lover's connection. This pain can be released. It doesn't have to stay and hold weight. And I feel like actually the Tower is what was meant to erase that Ten of Swords. It's like if there was a disconnection between the two of you recently, I feel like that feeling of losing each other was what was needed to bring your heart back online and maybe make you realize something, maybe reconnect you with this feminine element. What's up, Haley? Something wasn't manifesting. It couldn't manifest until this weight was dropped. And now you guys can come together with an open heart. Both of you will have this missing element will be present now. And then behind that is the Six of Wands. There will be victory, even where there was heartache. Is there anything else you want to tell Aquarius before I let them go? Wow. That's crazy. This Mars retrograde, because this is Mars energy, the Tower, right? it could have fucked your shit up, or it could be continuing to fuck your shit up. But if it does, just know that that's happening to illuminate this heart piece that has kind of been disconnected, so that you can have a fresh start. There's the Emperor. So you have the Emperor and the Empress. You guys have both been more confident in your masculine energy. And neither of you have walked away or removed yourself emotionally from each other, even though this wasn't coming together in a way that was actually fulfilling you. You've still kept your eyes on the horizon to some degree, believing that this would come through because you feel it. Even if you couldn't see it, you could feel it. And there has been this part of you very deep down that is not stressed out, right? Because it feels this connection. And that's the part that you're meant to really be focused on. Is there anything else? No, that's the message. That's the message. So that's what I see. That's the reason why things were not coming together. There's also one more element though for some of you. For some of you, you're meant to, it's like you're going to realize this about yourself, and you're going to realign your energy. Like this will cause a calibration of your own sovereign energy. And I feel like you're calling in major physical blessings through that recalibration. These physical blessings might come in for you before the two of you come together. So watch out for that. There could be an opportunity or a windfall of something very abundant for you that might come as a result of this internal work or this recognition or illumination. And it might happen before this connection comes together. Okay? I'm seeing that for some of you. So it's like this recognition or this healing that's coming to you, it has more implications than just this connection working out. I feel like that missing link and you guys being somewhat defensive and in your ego and only in your masculine energy, it was Haley, I'm gonna do those for you tomorrow morning because I'm a little tired, and I'm gonna send them to you through WhatsApp. Okay? I love you. But that's what I see, because there's something that wasn't manifesting because this missing element wasn't there. And it's bigger than just your connection to one another. That has stayed sturdy. That has been here all along. But I feel like there's something else crashing in, another opportunity as well, that is just abundant, and it's something that could have to do with a job or finances, or I don't know. It's like you're winning the lottery in some way here, and then the love is, it's like you're getting everything all at once is kind of what I'm feeling. So yeah, so don't limit yourself. Know that this work and this recognition and what you're kind of going through right now, it goes beyond just the connection between the two of you. But I feel like the two of you will, it's almost coming through as something's going to come in for each of you, a blessing that is like just for you and just for them, but it's going to be abundant, and it's going to give you the stability and security on top of the connection coming together in a more peaceful way that will allow you to actually move forwards and build a solid like future together as well, if you haven't been able to do that. So that is also obviously amazing. We don't want to put limits on our blessings up in this house. We want all the blessings because we know we're worth it. All right. Okay. Let's do Pisces. The last, but never the least. My fishy fam, my fellow Pisces. All right. What do Pisces need to know? Well, we got off to a rocky start of this reading, but you know, I'm loving how we're ending. We're ending on a positive note. The whole thing has been positive, but there are some signs that we're getting slightly more of a bitch slap of reality than others, or slightly more of like a warning, like, you know, turn back now and realign yourself with your blessings. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. And yeah, we're greedy with our blessings, except for it's not really greed because it is just an external reflection of our innate worth. It's just that this world and society and basically everything around us is formulated in such a way that it is meant to make us consistently forget our worth and our innate value, make us consistently strive and, you know, be part of the system and the matrix and, you know, bow to the man, and it's all this bullshit that is not true. And it what it does is it causes us to have these self-imposed, or it plants seeds within us, right, that create this. Then we carry the torch of those seeds because we think that that's reality and that's how it is, which is the devil energy, like the sign that the devil is making with his hand in the Rider-Waite original deck. It means it's symbolic of what you see is all that there is, right? So it's that energy that creates these self-imposed limitations within us, glass ceilings essentially that don't really exist. You are really infinitely abundant because you are infinitely valuable and worthy, but you have to know that and believe it, and energy doesn't lie. So in order to be connected to that power, you have to be sure of it, right? And so that's why everything in the world, the devil in reverse. Yes, spirit. Spirit's like, preach, bitch, preach. I will preach. But it's like you can remove yourself from that oppressive energy at any time. You just have to remember who you are, what you are, how you are. And I really feel like our entire lives is just the journey of us picking up the pieces of remembrance. So, yeah. All right. Let's see what's going on for Pisces. Yeah, don't limit yourself. That is nothing but a lie. There are no limitations. Other than those that you perceive. Okay. What does Pisces need to know? The Two of Cups is the first card out. Y'all have some loving in your life, huh? Okay. Oh. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's see what's going on for this. Some oracle cards. What? Okay. Anything else from this deck? Okay. Let's see. Timestamp this. Hello, Pisces. All right. Let's see what's going on. There's something in my eyeball again. I know that it's a Luna hair, but I just can't get it. Okay. Whatever. It can wait. So I'm seeing Capricorn energy, Taurus, Capricorn and Taurus energy is what I'm seeing here on the table, or on the floor, I guess. So let's see. I feel like something that you're building is wanting to be transformed in a very like powerful and sudden way. This could have to do with your work. But at the center of your reading is the Nine of Cups. So I'm feeling very strongly that this has to do with you independently. And it's interesting because the first card you have is the Two of Cups. So I feel like there is someone else connected to you in a very deep kind of way. But the last card is the Ace of Cups. So there's some reason why there's a focus on your there's something you're breaking through independently, and this person that you're involved with may also be going through something similar. But I feel like the two of you are kind of meant to do that on your own at this time, whether you are talking to each other, whether you are connected to each other, whatever the case may be. There's some sort of like injustice or imbalance from the past that's been carried forwards. And I feel like, again, it has to do with something that you're building in the physical, like it's like abundance and expansion in the physical realm for you. So this could have to do with work, creative project, finances, something like that, physical security or stability. But that is the main focus at this time. And it's because that's trying to come in and be like, it's trying to materialize right now. And I think that it's going to require each of you to focus the fullness of your energy on your independent dreams at this time. I'm getting that. Okay. So, where should we start here? Clarifying this. Yeah, because there's very heavy pentacle or earth energy here. The Seven of Swords. There's a truth that's being illuminated to you and maybe this other person, but I'm going to focus on you unless more comes in about them. But you see how this Seven of Swords is? There's this one truth above ground, one sword, and then there's six more. And the Six of Swords represents forward progression, moving out of a place of mental conflict into calmer waters or some sort of mental expansion. It's Mercury and Aquarius energy, the Six of Swords. And so there's a truth that is above ground now. There's something that you're seeing independently that you weren't seeing before with the Seven of Swords. And that is creating, or it's been creating, I feel like, movement that you haven't seen. So maybe this truth has been integrating slowly for a while, and underneath the ground where you haven't been able to see, this growth, this expansion of consciousness has been taking place. And it's been leading to something. It's been feeding something, or it's like this truth. If we see truth as like let's call truth light, right? Or truth consciousness. There's something that has been, if the truth is light, then you've had these seeds planted in the ground, and this truth has been the light or the sunshine that has been allowing something to be nurtured, and it has been growing, even if you haven't had any awareness of that you can actually see above ground or in the physical. This is a mental shift, I feel like, that's been taking place slowly, like progressively for you. It could be happening with both you and someone else that you're involved with or connected to. And the two of you could be catalysts for this happening with yourselves and with each other. You might know that, or you might not know that. But something here it's been growing, but I feel like you haven't had this awareness, because what you've been able to see above ground is the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. So the top line of the reading is the Two of Cups, the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, and then the Seven of Wands. So I feel like there's this connection, or there's this love, or something has been integrating here. But above ground, all you've really seen is something not working, not coming together, or all of your efforts or energy poured towards making something successful have not been materializing. You haven't seen like any harvest from the action that you've been putting in, or from the growth that's been happening under the surface, which is interesting. So you may have been feeling disappointment, or you may be in a state of feeling disappointed, as if nothing has moved, even though maybe you feel like you've made a lot of progress intuitively, emotionally, or mentally, or consciously in some sort of way. I'm feeling like you might be feeling right now a bit dismayed, conflicted, uncertain, doubtful, or even exhausted, because something that you've been working towards has not been coming together that you've been able to see in a tangible way. Okay, so the middle line is the Eight of Wands in reverse, which is clarified by this Jupiter in Capricorn control card. the Nine of Cups at the center, like we spoke about, and then the Hierophant, which is Taurian energy here. There's a lesson you've been learning. Very deep lesson. You could be a teacher of some sort, or there could be something that you're integrating now that you're actually meant to share in some sort of way, or guide others who might be experiencing the same conflict or confusion in some sort of way. I feel like that's also why it's important that you focus on the individual integration of whatever lesson you're learning right now. Yeah. There's something that you're still not fully seeing with the King of Swords in reverse. And under that is the Empress, Temperance, and the Wheel of Fortune. There's something really big and very abundant that it's coming through an internal alignment. And so I think that there's this process that's taking place for both of you right now. It's coming through as taking place for both you and this other person that's connected to you. It requires discipline. It requires you to be in your pure energy. I don't know how to explain it, but you're still connected to this person, but it's like your energy needs to be somewhat isolated because it's going through this huge independent transformation, and so is this person at this time. It's a huge up level of power and potential, and it's something that you've been seeking and something that you've gone through and experienced a lot of conflict on your way to. There's this thing that's a very long time coming. It's not just emotionally fulfilling, but it's also going to be very abundant. And again, it's something blooming in the physical that's going to be tangible and expansive. Some sort of physical growth and stability that's coming in. So I feel like you're not in contact directly with this person at this time because of that Eight of Wands in reverse. And it's interesting because I feel like that is actually how it's supposed to be for now. It's coming through as if this is be disciplined and understand that now is not the time to take action, maybe towards this person, because I feel like that will throw something off that's trying to come together right now on an individual scale for each of you. So you're integrating some sort of lesson or some sort of knowledge that is putting you in this space of the Nine of Cups energy. And then the last card is the Ace of Cups. So once this falls into place, you'll have the final cup. 10 of Cups, and then I feel like that will be when the two of you can come together. But there's something that needs to fall into place first, and it's coming through as very important that happens. And it needs to be almost given the space for this transformation to complete. This is something that's already in progress. It's been happening. But if there is space or distance between you and this person at this time, or if things are just not coming together or moving, this is a sign or a message not to push. Now is not the time to push. When something is aligned, it will come together naturally. And you have to trust that even though you guys each have your own independent paths, your paths are parallel. So you're maybe not connected, but you're running parallel. And when you're meant to connect, you will. That's what I'm getting. Something is stabilizing though. It's the Taurian energy, the Hierophant, the second house. Something is coming together in the physical. Something's manifesting for both of you on an individual scale. And you don't need to release your feelings or your emotion from one another, but I feel like when you have that missing piece and things are truly balanced, that's how you'll know that it is time that you'll be able to align and come together. Right now, there's some sort of fear because things are still falling into place and you both independently don't have... There's still something coming to light for each of you about how you've gotten in your own way in terms of manifesting some sort of opportunity or maybe money or freedom in your life, the kind of abundance and existence that you know that you are destined for, I want to say. There's still something that hasn't been illuminated to you each. And that's meant to, for some reason, happen on an individual scale. See, the Three of Pentacles in reverse, the Sun in reverse. Before something comes together, you're each meant to have some sort of illumination. And it's like, it's something that your own shadow, I feel like, is going to reveal to you. And it doesn't have to feel dark and heavy. I feel like it's more you're learning to accept a certain part of your shadow and you're integrating a part of your shadow, which is super powerful. And the Two of Cups can also talk about that, integrating your own self within yourself. And the reason why I say it has something to do with your darkness, these cards came out next to the Hierophant. So this one says starseed, conflict, power, seeker, and potential. And then there's this quote that says, had I not known all the shades and measures of my own darkness, how else would I have restored my being to this kind of wholeness? Without my darkest sides, I am afraid. I am untrue. So there's something that has been creating conflict, but it's really going to actually bring you into your highest potential and your highest state of power. And it has to do with you integrating some sort of darkness within yourself, or just integrating all of yourself and recognizing that that's not something that you need to fight, be ashamed of, or try to eradicate. It's actually something that makes you complete. When you accept all of yourself, because that shadow, that darkness will always exist. We're humans, we're dualistic, right? We're meant to be. The shadow shows us a lot. And it's vital to our being. So when we reject it or try to cast it out, it just creates fear and an inauthenticity and an untruth within us, because we still know that that part exists within us. We can never truly eradicate it. So there's something here where you're coming into the wholeness of your being through fully accepting all aspects of yourself. And both of you are doing this. And it's up-leveling you into your highest potential or power. It's potentially teaching you a lesson, like I said before, that you're meant to teach other people as well. This card also came out, though. This is the I'm fine card. And she's like, yeah, I'm fine, but internally, I'm not okay. So this process could be, you could be barely holding on by a thread. You're like, I'm good, but I'm not okay. I feel like this message is coming through to you, specifically Pisces, because it's validation. You are okay. All of this is happening for a reason. There has been something growing under the surface, even though it has seemed like lack and scarcity from what you can see. That's not the reality of it. But the final bits are integrating right now, and it has everything to do with you fully loving all of yourself with this Ace of Cups. Again, only once you have this can you put these together and create the 10 of Cups. So it's vital for some reason that you come into this space of completeness and self-love, or just accepting all of yourself here. This transformation, this lesson needs to kind of integrate before the two of you come together in a way that will actually be able to really resonate, I'm hearing, with each other, and you'll be able to actually be receptive to this love. Because I feel like right now, there's still some sort of fear or untruth within each of you, and it's being sorted out right now, but it's being sorted out through you restoring your wholeness, through you knowing and accepting all the shades and measures of yourself, the darkness and the light and everything in between. And I feel like what's really being restored here is this unconditional love and hope and belief in magic and belief in good things, this positivity. It's like your spirit is being restored, and it's happening. The heart is very important. Yeah, again, they're saying that there's something that you're not seeing, something that hasn't been revealed yet, that has been being built. Yeah. A simple paper ace of cups. I know, right? I love that too. Yeah, see, right now there's something that's kind of preventing you or would prevent you from coming together. Something hasn't been restored within you yet. And this could be you kind of through looking at yourself and finding a way to really love and accept all parts of yourself right now, Pisces, and this person doing the same. It's healing something very deep within you. It's at the core of you. It could be reminding you of who you are, reminding you, whether you resonate with being a starseed or not, it's like your connection to the cosmic whole, your power and your intrinsic and absolutely necessary part within the whole. There's some sort of faith and beauty and belief in magic and love that is being restored within you, or renewed, or awakened, or remembered. And yeah, it's putting you in a space of empowerment so that you can bring your complete self and your best self to whatever this connection is and to all of your future endeavors. And I feel like once you have this, you'll be able to kind of create whatever you want. It's like the world is your oyster from that point forwards. Is there anything else that Pisces needs to know? Let's see. Any final messages for Pisces? Ooh. The 5 of Swords in reverse. Get out of your head. The 9 of Pentacles and the Devil. Clarify the Devil there a little bit. I feel like this is more this Capricorn energy that's showing up though, but hold on. It's the Devil. It's don't fear your own darkness. Again, right? The Magician. Exactly. You're going to realize that in order to fully manifest as well, you need your whole self to manifest effectively. And so what this is saying is, don't fear the Reaper. No, don't fear the darkness, though. Get out of your head and don't try very hard not to be conflicted. Know that your acceptance of the darkness here is not meant to make you feel ashamed or guilty, or it's not meant to like create a chasm or something that comes between you and your power. It's meant to give you that missing piece that will actually help you with Capricorn energy push forwards into this personal abundance. It is the missing piece that maybe has not been allowing you to manifest something that you've been working towards for a really long time. It could be shame surrounding your darkness, your shadow, or what you have perceived to be this unlovable part within you. Whatever that devil part is, it's actually the empowering piece that has been, it's coming in to put you in your power, but it's more so that you're recognizing it as being part of your power, and through that recognition or remembrance, you are rising into again, like the fullness of your potential and your strength. I hope that makes sense. But there's something about you're both meant to become fully sovereign over your energy, understanding over your energy, accepting of your energy, and in dominion over yourself. It's like once you accept that part of yourself, you'll also believe that someone else can accept that part of yourself, or you will be able to, again, offer the wholeness of yourself to someone with trust and openness, because you'll see that it's not this unlovable part that you have to hide away or be ashamed of or allow to put you in this state of conflict within yourself. It's just another part of you. And all parts of you are part of the power, the whole, right? It's actually the weakness comes from denying those parts or perpetuating the shame, feeling like we have to get rid of that shadow. No. The shadow is a part of us, and it's always meant to be. It's how you use it, though. Do you see it as a source of, as a part of the whole that adds to your power if you can love it and help it work for you? Or do you see it as a weakness that you have to eradicate or repress, in which case it still stays within you, but it has more power over you because you're denying it, because you're afraid of it, because you're not allowing it to have healthy expression, right? The two of you are moving very powerfully, though, towards manifesting something really abundant. Like with this Capricornian energy and the Nine of Pentacles, it's like independent abundance with the Magician that's being manifested. And that is meant to happen. I feel like it's going to give you this boost. It's not, this manifestation coming in isn't what causes you to fully love yourself. It's more the other way around. You fully love yourself, and then this thing, like you see the truth that allows you to fully embrace these parts of yourself that maybe you found you've been ashamed of in the past. And once that clicks into place, that's when you see the growth like blossom above ground. And I feel like it just gives you this confidence and ignites this hope in you that just adds and gives you, once you have that, you'll know that it's time for you to come together, I feel like. But there's something that is meant to be experienced or needs to be manifested or brought into being independently first for things to be balanced between the two of you together. Again, it's just you're both stepping into your power. Yeah, see, it's like before this comes together, this won't come together. The Three of Cups in reverse talks about like there not being able to be a reconciliation. Something in the physical is meant to form, and I'm not sure why it has to happen necessarily in that order, but I do think that it's just because you're still kind of releasing maybe some pain that has been getting in the way of you being your most abundant self. And this is being dropped through you seeing the darkness within you and allowing it to integrate, just holding space for it, allowing it to be part of the whole. And instead of perceiving it as this thing that is constantly, you know, this thorn in your side, so to speak, that's constantly pulling you down or weakening you, you shift your perspective, and all of a sudden I feel like everything's going to start gaining speed and working out. And then you'll be in your most abundant, empowered self, and you'll be able to come together from that place, which is optimal. This is major power couple vibes. Like you are going to be an unstoppable, independent force. But then if you come together with this person, it's like, damn, there's something that is going to be like unstoppable. And I feel like this is very much meant to happen. So that's why the universe is saying, have faith in that and know that, you know, control yourself, be disciplined at this time. It might be very hard for both of you to not try to force this or reach out to one another or make the energy move. But it's something that is already in play. Again, it's like this thing that it's been growing under the surface the entire time. This last like bit of truth and acceptance of self is just kind of like the last bit of nutrients that it needs to break ground. And I think that that's coming in for you pretty soon here. So keep on focusing on yourself, keep on pouring love into yourself, keep on having hope, and feel this connection, feel it, and allow yourself to allow the love to continue to grow. Allow yourself to have hope in what you feel inside. So I would say if you do want to connect to this person, the Two of Cups is an energy where you're always connected to each other. But you have to be out of your head, right? Not in a space of fear, not in your head at all. But what do you feel in your body? What do you feel in your heart? I feel like if you tap into that, you'll feel one another even without physical contact or communication directly between you at this time. And it will also be an inspiring and motivating force. It won't be the only one, because you have to be, you know, you loving yourself and integrating yourself and creating expansion in your life for you also needs to be there. But I feel like you can tap into this energy and allow it to also be part of that motivating force. Yeah, like telepathically or just energetically, you're connected. You can feel this person and they can feel you in some way. But yeah, that's what I have for you, Pisces. And I feel like, again, you'll know when it's time. A big indicator for when you're ready to come together with this person will be that something physical in your life has bloomed or blossomed, or some sort of physical abundance will take shape in your life. Okay? And it will also happen for this person in some sort of way as well. Yeah. All right. I love you so much. So focus on nurturing yourself, take care of your physical needs, pour into the things that build you up, that create stability and security in your life. Focus on that and allow what you feel and the connection that you have with this person and with your higher self to continue to kind of feed that hope within you until it just grows and grows and grows, right? And then when whatever that blessing is, or whatever that opportunity or breakthrough or abundance is that happens in the physical, allow that to also be like a synchronicity or a validation for you to some degree as well. Okay? I love you. I love you so much. It's been so good to hang out with you guys again. Can you tell I spent 7.5 hours with you? I don't love being here at all, but I've missed you so much. I'm so grateful for you. I will be back consistently now. I'll see you probably again before Christmas. I'll try to anyways. I will make an appearance. Even if it's not like a full, super long all signs, I'll try to connect with you guys just to wish you happy holidays and just vibe, if anything. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for being patient with me while I go through my own evolution and struggles and stumbling through this crazy little thing called life. Yeah, you guys mean the world to me, and I'm so glad that you're here. I hope you're all safe and well and warm wherever you are. And I will talk to you again soon, okay? Mwah. Bye, my loves.